Okay. Okay. Hold on, let me just make sure the audio is okay really quick. Whoa. Okay, yeah. Stop. Okay. Hold on. 1 second. Let me just listen to it on my phone real quick. Okay, yeah, I think it's good. Okay. Oops. Hi. Hi, guys. So I'm just gonna talk about my levels, and, I'm not super good, I've been told, at communicating, but I'll try my best, so, bear with me in that respect. I don't know what order to go in. I was thinking about this, and I don't know if I want to start with the first ones or like the later ones, or I think I want to just do this one first because I know it's probably going to be a bit before like everyone comes in. And then I'll maybe just ask which one I should do next. I'll try to talk about what caused me to make the level, what it's about, I guess. That only really applies to like the later ones, I guess, but where I was in terms of creating this, like how much a creating experience I had, and like how it sort of grew from this, if that's interesting. And then feel free to ask whatever you would like about the levels or just like anything throughout, and I'll try to answer. I have it pulled up on my phone. I'll start with this though. So I made this in 2022. I started it in 2021, I think. And I didn't really have much creating experience at the time. This isn't my first attempt making a fully decorated level. But I think it's the first one that like counts as okay. Yeah, overall no. I had another person that was like, hey, is it okay if I get mods to send Seismic? And it's like, no, I don't want any more people seeing this level, dude. I know I'm talking about it right now, but it doesn't count. Monheim is the priority. It's okay, I'm just going to be talking about my earlier levels, so you're probably not going to miss like the bulk of the important stuff. California. Hello. Okay. So I didn't normally when I build I'm not talking about Radiatory, bro. Radiatory, okay, I'll talk about it, actually. Radiatory is the first level I made. Okay. I'll talk about Radiatory. I might as well, since Dev brought it up. This is my first attempt making a decorated level. It's not that good. It's just sort of feature bait, which is fine. It's a good way of developing like the skills for it, for building and stuff. It's fine. Not much interesting happens in the level. It just sort of does your straightforward stuff. I think the main thing though that I like gained from making this is like the masking effects here, which I sort of carried over into my next level, which is the one I was gonna look at. But there's a lot of things about this level that just aren't that good. Like some of these transitions, just like these big walls with like black glow, I don't know, aren't that good. And the gameplay is just, it's fine, I guess. I took it down because it just doesn't, like, the shift in tone from like this to like all my other levels, I feel is just like, it just sticks out like a sore thumb way too much, I think. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. I was just in SoCal, but I didn't really do anything there. I just like sat in a hotel for 4 days. I don't think this would get featured. I mean, maybe if you got lucky, but I don't know. I'm gonna go back to Seismic though, because I think this one has a bit more substance to it. So I didn't actually build this part first. This level was originally going to be 2 minutes long, but I cut it short because I thought 2.2 was going to come out. Meanwhile, this was released in 2022, which is pretty embarrassing, but that's how it is. This happened with another level I released later on where I cut it short. This one, but I'll get to that later. I suppose. Yeah, everything can happen. Okay, so I built one of the later parts first, like a wave part. I'd say my gameplay inspiration was mainly just stuff I like played and saw videos of in like 2022 and like 2021, I guess, also. Just pretty much anything that I thought was interesting. Like if I saw like a cool gimmick, I would try to like recreate it and then like build on it, and that just generally like allowed me to like get more info on how all the little mechanics work just in GD. Because if you just know how things like work and interact, then you can sort of like play around with them and make all sorts of new things with them. And that's sort of what I just did in 2022. That was like the main thing, the main skill I built. Because you could actually see Seismic is a level I worked on at the start of the year. Like it was before I sort of learned all sorts of weird gameplay stuff. And then Exhaust is a one that I worked on much later. After I had sort of like learned how to use gimmicks and stuff. So you could sort of see the growth of my mechanics there, or my knowledge of mechanics. Okay, I'll actually play the level now. I'm taking too long. Okay, so yeah, the gameplay in this level is not that good. There's a giant like wall of black glow there, which I don't really like. It's a bit of a mess. The gameplay is kind of just bad memory, but I think it's okay. I think the colors are right. I don't know. I think it's just sort of just stuff scattered about and trying to connect the dots. Like you can see these like lines here. I don't know. It's not great structuring, but it's okay. It definitely got me to improve at colors. I might. I probably won't. I don't know what levels I'll make in the future, because I know I'm probably not going to have much time to, because I'm starting college in 2 months, which is going to eat up a lot of my time. So if I do make another level, it'll probably be something really, really small, because it's just easier to do, because I'm not going to have the time to commit to like larger projects anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, I remember that level stream. Dude, that was so weird. Like, I'll talk about it more when I get to Exhaust, I guess. But thank you. Yeah. This part was originally a ship, but then I realized I didn't like it, so I like changed it to this cave part, which is kind of cool, I think. And this transition's also nice. And I think this is the best part of this level. It's like the cleanest. It's a good masking effect. I think I talked about how I sort of like did a lot of masking effects in the prior level and sort of carried that over here. Colors are nice. Let me pop. These ball clicks are horrible, by the way. Like I didn't need to do this. One sec. Okay, there we go. And there's a lot of wave in this level because it was originally gonna be like somewhat 9 circles-esque, but then I was like, damn, that sucks. So I like took out most of the 9 circles wave parts and replaced them with other game modes, because yeah, I don't know. There was no need for it to be a 9 circles level. There's some remnants of it, like this part. This wave is good, I think. And then here, the level like falls off a cliff. Like it gets so much worse. Let me just see. I hit him. Why did Seismic get an epic set? Like who gave this an epic set? Literally, like why? Yeah, dumb waiter. Yeah, no, that one was not getting finished. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, the gameplay in this level is so bad. It's fine. I mean, like, I had to start somewhere. It's better to... So, like, some advice I will have is, like, don't worry about, like, starting until you think you're, like, good at everything. Like, it's okay to make something bad. Like, it's, like, part of improving is making something, even if it's bad. And there's, like, no shame in that, in my opinion. But even, like, it doesn't change the fact that this is pretty bad. But it's fine that it exists, I think, in my opinion. The colors in this part suck. Like, there's, like, so much black glow over everything that, like, ruins just everything. And I think that was, like, in an effort to make it less messy and to make it so that, like, the focus is centered on, like, the middle where the player is, which is good, but, like, that's, like, a good thing to do, but it was just such a bad way of going around it. Some of the effects are, like, really, like, I don't know about that, man. This thing, I don't know. They're like, when it does like the green, yellow, and orange thing, it's like puke, man. But I will also say that the why engine? Like, I don't get it. I don't get why so many people want this level rated. I will say something interesting about this, like the time I spent on this level is I spent maybe like 2 or 3 months on the first half, plus like an unused part I cut from the end, and then I spent like 2 days on this like horrible UFO part, and I think it shows because I just wanted to rush it out because I thought the update was gonna come out, and I was like obsessed with the idea that like, oh no, if the update comes out, it's gonna like automatically invalidate every level, like every 2.1 level, which like obviously was not the case, but I thought it would be. So it, I don't know. The ketchup and mustard arrows, whatever. My favorite creators, Skywalker 14 has always been my favorite. But I don't know, just like a variety. But Skywalker like immediately sticks out to me. And then the effects here are terrible. Like I updated the level multiple times to try to save this part, but it's just like, I don't know. When the structures like turn pink like that, when it's all like dark and and this part wasn't originally like this. There was like an actual like bit of intensity here where it was like, I don't know how to describe it. Like the UFO gameplay where you have a bunch of like gravity portals where you gotta like figure out where to click in the portals and then you go like up and down. I think Whirlwind is a level that does that a bit, if you guys know that one. And there was something like that, but I was like, oh, it's too hard, I can't do that. So I just changed it to this like terrible click spam thing, but it works, I guess. And the transition's okay though. Yeah, the 2 point, yeah, no. It just doesn't even fit. Like, if it was wave, it would be better. NJ. Because, like, the ship just doesn't even, like, work with the spam. Whereas if it was a wave, you'd be able to get through it. And the transition to the end is cool, but... And I guess some interesting info is... I saw, like, after I made this, like, effect... with like the rain and like the wind in the background, I was like, ooh, I should try to like make something more atmospheric, right? Because I really like this. This is probably my favorite part of the level, just like the end screen. I think the rainbow and the wind. I think
That's sort of what informed me to want to make exhaust, because what I actually remember doing is I reused, blow it up actually, in this. I reused the wind and rain effect. Sorry, from that, for like a cool effect in this. And then I just tried to do like the rainbow colors to work with it, to see if I could just do something more on the atmospheric side. And I think it turned out well. So that's sort of what caused me to lean into it for my future levels, is that end screen. See, so this is sort of just like a like natural progression of turning the end screen into like something, like an actual level. And I think it's cool. I mean, it's not great, but like it's not meant to be. It's just a test. So I started working on exhaust after that, and I know there's this in between, but this was pretty much just like a level I made when I burnt out on exhaust, and also dumbwaiter, which is I don't know if I want to get into that one, but that's like a level I was working on, but I like never finished it because I didn't really like it that much. I guess I can show the ending of Seismic that I never did. This one. Yeah, there's this wave part at the end that I never included, which is a shame because I think this is like probably the best part easily. But I don't know, I was too lazy to finish it, I guess, and also like too anxious about the update, as I said before. I'm going to practice actually. And this this masking effect with like the rotating things in the back, I reused in a different level. The 6-star I made Swarm. You know that one. I can show that if I play that. I might do that one next, because I was gonna go straight to like the newer ones, but I might wait for Hidden to come back, because I think they said they were gonna be gone for a bit. I don't know. It's a cool effect, but I think I used it better in the level after. There's also this. Like, whatever, bro. It's such a stupid thing to put at the end of the level, but it's kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, should I do Swarm next? Or Exhaust? Or probably just one of these three, I think, next. Before I get into the newer stuff. I got my logo from like, it was just like sort of just natural evolution of like my profile picture, because it used to be like a the screenshot of a pufferfish from Minecraft, and I like outlined it, and then I sort of like made like the weird wriggly bits, and then I like changed it. It's, I don't know, there's like a lot of steps that got it from point A to point B, but I kind of like changed it with every level. Like it's different in all of these, I think, which is kind of funny. It's like, why even have a logo at that point? But I don't really care. It doesn't matter that much, I don't think. Swarm, okay. Let me just see if I missed any questions. Wait, I'm missing them. What's your plan for the beggar lover? I'm not gonna work on that. That was just like if you're talking about the video I uploaded, that was just like a test. Just like a thing where I like decorated just a part of the song. Unfortunately, sorry. Okay, I'll do Swarm. Yeah, okay, so this one, I didn't start working on this until after I had already made like a good chunk of exhaust, but I sort of burned out on it, so I wanted to do this instead. I have no idea what the difficulty of Monheim is. I found it easier than, it is, yeah, always extreme, but I don't know what difficulty extreme. I found it like sort of easier than Redeemer, but I think I'm just more consistent with it because I just play it more, yeah, recently, whereas Redeemer I haven't played in like a year. Okay, I'll play this. So I had the idea for this pretty much the entire time I was working on Exhaust, because I already had like that sort of like windy factory aesthetic going on. I was like, oh, what if I do that, but it's sort of more like arid, right? And I think there was like a drought that summer. I mean, there's been a drought for like a really long time, but it was really bad that summer. And I think it ended that year in 2022. And I was sort of just like inspired by that a little to make something sort of arid. Originally this was going to be another demon, but I didn't really feel confident making another demon yet. I wanted to try some more easy stuff for just a bit. So that's what this is. I think it's fine. I think it's a big improvement from my other feature bait, you know, Radiatory. But it's still nothing that good, but I don't know. There's some cool effects here. Let me go. There's more I have to say about the start, actually. I briefly changed it to like a purple color scheme because I thought it looked cooler. But that really ruined like the aesthetic of, even though the color scheme was better, it like really hurt the theming. So there was a good lesson to be learned there, in that sometimes you kind of have to sacrifice visual, like the actual like quality of the visuals to help your like the aesthetic you're going for, which was a good thing to learn, because that's definitely something that was very important for all the levels I released after. The windmills are inspired by a 3-star I played, which is one of my favorite levels ever. Wormhole Inwards. It's so cool. It's so underrated too. Like, I don't know if you guys have played it, but it's so good. This transition is like one of the last parts I made in the level. And then we got the drop here. This drop I also made fairly late, pretty much after all the other major parts. It's pretty much just like an asset flip of the first part, but I think it's okay. Like the intensity of it, I think is still pretty good. And this part is the one that reuses that. Yeah, Alvaro, star rated. Yeah, this part reuses that one effect from Seismic that I cut, like in the wave. And I think it's done quite a bit better here than in that level. If you don't get as many cool colors. And in this part is pretty whoa. Okay, ignore that. I don't know what I don't know what that's about. But the I tried so hard to make it sync when you hold, but just like the normal gameplay doesn't do that, so I had to like move the entire thing up as it goes up, like as the you know, as it flashes. So like when it fades to black here, it's like moves up a bit for it to sync your next click, which was kind of awkward. But I don't know, that's not great. I had to put like the crates here, which are also super ugly, to get this one to sync. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. This one's fine. Again, it was like another one that was just for me to improve. If it's a tech. I don't know if I want to start Monhub yet, because Hidden isn't here, and I think they would want to be here for that. I guess I can talk about Dumbwaiter to kill time. This was a level I was working on briefly between Exhaust and Swarm, because I started Exhaust first, but burnt out on that and switched to this. I never finished this and then switched to Swarm, and then after Swarm I went back to Exhaust. If the timeline makes any sense. Hold on. So I don't know if the water drinking sounds are obnoxious. I apologize if they are. Yeah. So we got. Let's just show the full layout. I might as well. So I never decorated this first part. This is where like what caused me to not want to work on it, because I wasn't motivated to build this first part. I started with like a later, like the drop section. And sort of the idea I wanted to go for with this first section was like the inside of like a grocery store refrigerator type thing, where you have all these like layers of fans and stuff. It's really cold. It's really just, I don't know how to describe it. It's like metallic. It's got all these like, sorry. Yeah, I'll get to Monheim in a bit. I'm just waiting for Hidden to come back, because I think they want to be here for that. Yeah, this song gets used in a lot of levels now. I don't think there are any levels that use this song at the time I first started it. So it's probably something I would never want to do now, because I generally don't like making levels that have other songs. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but just my personal preference. It's just like, I don't know, I feel like I'm maybe taking away from the other levels a little bit, even though I don't really think that's actually the case. I sort of took the thing from Eon and sort of like changed it a bit. Just made it compatible with more refresh rates, which wasn't super hard to do. Most of the work was done by Ren for that. And then yeah, this one. Oh, actually, I remember this ship part I was really proud of, but I actually lost. I my data reset right after I made it, so I lost the whole thing, and I was really sad. So this is my recreation of it. This is not the true ship part. That one is lost in media, unfortunately. But it's like basically the same thing. I think I don't really remember the key differences. And I don't like this part's like half decorated. I don't know. And we got this bit. This is the bit I think I showed on the preview. Like a rainbow part. This part's actually different, I think, from the one I showed in the preview, because it was like more of like a monochrome spiral effect, I think, in the preview. But I didn't like that, so I like changed it for this, which I think is a bit better. It's like sort of, I don't know, it feels like an aquarium, kind of. It also not reiterates, but it sort of repurposes, there you go, repurposes the effect from Radiatory near the end, which I think is pretty cool. If I can do this part, oh my god. There we go. Yeah, this effect's okay. After the horn section? Oh, you mean in Monheim. Right. Okay. I thought you were talking about this song for some reason, I don't know. Yeah. This part took me a while to make. Where it's like, I don't really know how to describe it, but it's sort of like greenhouse inspired. It's so supposed to sort of feel like a greenhouse a little. I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know how well I delivered on that, but will I vary more on my style? Probably, yeah. I don't really know where I would want to go with future levels, because I'm just not going to have time to do any more big projects, but I think I want to vary more, because I think I don't want to beat the style I'm making right now to death, right? It's like, you want to vary a bit more with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing a lot of the same thing. I think it's good to have your own niche carved out and If you're the only one doing it, then it's okay. But I think I'm not unique enough to maybe say I'm the only one doing it. So I would kind of want to change my style up a little bit. I was thinking more like design, effect style, maybe. But I don't really know. It would probably just be smaller levels in the future. Yeah, you missed Swarm, I'm sorry. We're gonna do Monheim next. Or maybe, I don't know. Either Redeemer or Monheim. Whatever you guys think I should do. And then this part's not finished. This is where I lost motivation. The effect changes slightly here, but it's like a bit worse, I think. So it's like a weird like follow tracking effect. This just sort of continues. This is just layout, so I can show it, but there's not really much to comment on. Yeah, I'll play Observer. I have a lot to talk about with Observer. I'm pretty disappointed with Observer, so I'm gonna be a bit scathing on that one. Oh yeah, I think 2.2 made this impossible. You like go earlier. Oops. Yeah, I can just stop there. It's just layout for the rest, so it's nothing too crazy. Alright, should I do Redeemer or Monheim? They're both gonna take a bit, so I'm probably not gonna do them back to back. Well, I'm gonna do both, but I'm not gonna do them back to back because they're both gonna take a while. I just want to know which one to do first. I'm thinking probably Monheim because it's newer, but yeah, no, there's definitely not going to be any more ambitious levels. I'm not going to have time for that anymore, unfortunately, because I start college in 2 months. Redeemer. I found the song for Redeemer just by like scrolling through New Guns for like a couple days until I got to something that I thought sort of fit what I wanted to go for. Because Redeemer, the ideas I sort of carved out for it, I originally was going to use Anong for, another Godspeed song, which you guys might know if you know the band. I was going to use Motherfucker Redeemer, which is sort of like a 30-minute thing. I wasn't going to use the whole thing, but I was either going to use like the first 10 minutes or like the last 10 minutes, or like generally that one of those two areas. And I think that would have fit a bit more. I don't think the tone of the Sailor perfectly fits what I wanted to go for with Redeemer, which is unfortunate, but I also sort of like encroached upon their own story, because I didn't know at the time, but the song and the album has its own like fully developed story, which I sort of just spat on and did my own thing, which is unfortunate. I kind of feel bad about that. That's sort of my biggest regret with Redeemer, but I don't know. I can't go back and change it. That's not something you can do. Yeah. So Monheim. Yeah, it's generally the meaning of Redeemer is sort of meant to be sort of symbolic of what Motherfucker Redeemer is about by Godspeed. Yeah, I don't know. Monheim, like, it's really weird, like, for performance, because like for some people it runs really well, like better than my other levels, and other people it's worse. It's like, I don't it's so weird. I try my best to fix it. There's only so much I can do because there's so many just like individual hardware issues that you can have. It's not really like a linear thing where it's like good hardware versus bad hardware, unfortunately. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for not using the song in this, but okay. I'll start one time. Yeah, melodic would be so cool. That'd be so sick if someone did that. I love melodic. That's one of the best songs. Probably not. Probably won't make another level longer than 100. I'm just not gonna have the time to. I've considered it, but I don't think I'll be able to, because it's just such a big time commitment. Something. It's not really a continuation of Redeemer in any way. There are elements of Redeemer that I sort of carried over into Monheim, like ideas, like what it's trying to communicate, some story elements. There's some similarities, but it's not really like it's not like a sequel. I remember there was a bunch of people asking like, "Oh, is this a Redeemer sequel?" I'm like, no. Yeah, the duels. I don't know if I replied. I think you commented about it, and I replied to it, but I don't know if you saw. I just turned off the sync machine for that part, and then had song triggers to like accommodate for it. There's like song triggers every 10 seconds in the duel, and then it turns back on after it's over, like the sync machine. Yeah, no, it's not a sequel. Okay. No, wrong one. Okay, I'll start it. So the idea is, after I finished Redeemer, I had like 2 paths for like where I wanted to go creatively that were like very different initially. One being like pretty much similar style to Redeemer, but just like maybe like a hair longer and like more detailed, more just like going further, but like we're developing the style more and more and more and more. We got to keep going more and more. You're right. But then I was like, the drawback for that was I just felt like I'm just doing the same thing. Like I already did this like a bunch of times. I can do something different. That's what really had me demotivated for that sort of type of idea. I actually like completed the layout for one of the ideas that are sort of like on that like style where it's like the same. You know what I mean? I just said it. Just Bring the Sun, which you guys might know this song. This is a full layout. I won't play the whole thing, probably. But it's a full like 8-minute layout, which was gonna be very stylistically similar to Redeemer. But like after I did it, it was just like I already did this. Like there's no need for this. So I dropped this. I also made a bunch of other layouts that were gonna be like before I landed on Bring the Sun. I tried doing a bunch of other things with Apophis is gonna be one of them. This one's alright. I didn't finish this one because it's like yeah. This message was held for review. Yeah, this one song. Oh, hey, Hypno. Yeah, no, I don't know. I can, if they want it to be a sequel, then sure, I guess, sure. But no. Yeah, Coca-Cola is great. The song is so good. I don't know if there's I haven't really seen if there's like a level that uses the whole thing, but that would be so cool. I was really worried that there would be one by the time I finished that one, so that's part of the reason I dropped it. But also, the main reason is I just couldn't figure out how to make any gameplay with this. Like, I sort of just gave up here. I tried doing spider, put down a spider before it's over. Like, I can't make spider gameplay. So that sort of killed my motivation there. Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, and then my other, so I said there was 2 paths that I sort of wanted to go down in terms of making levels. The first being like just a continuation of what I was doing stylistically with Redeemer, and the other being like super long form stuff. Like there's no spider. The spider just doesn't work. I can pull that up. Oops, no. It's just I forgot what I call it. It's Stallman Hall. Yeah, okay. You guys might know this song maybe, but this is a very long song, and I was gonna make a level with the whole thing, and then I realized that's not gonna work. So I like trimmed it down numerous times in Audacity until I got like a 40-minute version. Then I tried like a 30-minute version, then like 25-minute version. I was like, this is not faithful to the original song. This is just, I'm sort of doing a disservice to the song. And I made some cool stuff with this. I can pull it up. I mean, this is like maybe like, this is not 26 minutes of gameplay. It's like 13 or like 12, I think. This is a pretty cool song. Yeah, this is the one I cut down to 36 minutes. The original thing is 62, I think. Yeah, this is a good song. If you like sort of like noise rock stuff, you'll probably like it. It's Motherfucker I'm Both by, or All Man and Hallelujah by Sherling. It's their only song that they have out right now. I did a little bit of decoration with it just to like demo the idea. I forgot what I call it. It's like 50. Yeah. Yeah, a little 36-minute song. It's still half the length of the original thing, so it's like, I don't know. So the idea is it would be sort of like this, the whole level. Which could be cool, but it simultaneously felt like I was going to make something that would be like a huge undertaking that would just be like so insubstantial. Like it would just be like, I don't know. I don't know. It just wouldn't. It would also just be such a pain in the ass to play, because I can pull up the gameplay for it and play maybe like the first like 2-3 minutes or something, and like doing this at the start of every attempt would just be so annoying. Let me I did show it, yeah. Let me see if I missed anything. Yeah, they do. They do have. I'm so of Newly Sentient Being. I saw. In September, I saw them live in San Francisco. Their songs were so unbelievably good. Like legitimately, I'm not saying this because of recency bias. They are their best songs. Like I'm not kidding. Better than The Glowing Man. Better than To Be Kind. Like it's so good. It's so good. Like you gotta, if you guys like songs, you gotta listen to the live album when it comes out in October. Like genuinely, it's so good. Hi, Sarwan. Yeah. It's like this gameplay for the whole thing. I kind of want to get to the ball first, because there's a really funny ball part for one of the songs. This just isn't the kind of song you can make a Geometry Dash level to, I think. I mean, you could, but I don't think I'm good enough to be able to do something like that, unfortunately. This part's cool, but again, it feels a bit regurgitative of Redeemer, right? Because there's a part like this in Redeemer. So it's like, yeah. Like, it's such a big part of, like, being able to make long levels is just having, like, the the will to do it, I guess, which is pretty hard to manage, especially if you have like a lot of stuff going on, whether it be just like being busy or just like mental health. It's like, I don't know, it makes it a big obstacle, which is probably like another reason I'm not gonna be able to make any more long levels, because I'm gonna, again, I've said it for like the 5th time I'm starting college in 2 months. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the only reason I had the motivation to make long levels is because it's like I sort of like worked my way there. Like I did like a 2-minute level, then a 5-minute level. That was the hardest one. Amalankier was the hardest one to do because it was just such a big hurdle for me. And then Redeemer was 7 minutes, and then I'll sort of get into how I had the motivation for Monheim. Yeah, Swans Are Dead is great. Not huge on Deliquescence. I think they have better tours from the tour, but physics are now, but there's no way I'm sticking to physics. I'm not sticking to physics. I don't have the. I'm not built for that. I'm not cut out for that. I'm probably gonna switch to geology because I like that more and it's easy. That's not easy, but it's like easier compared to physics. The XX, that's Monheim's the XXL Grandpa Demon. I might make a, yeah, if there's another demon time, I might participate that and do like an easy or medium demon. That could be fun. But I don't know if I'll do like a non-demon hypno. Let me just play like another minute of this, because there's a funny part. Yeah, I can imagine him. Yeah, this part. Oh. Like, I like repetition, but like it gets to a point. Like, this just goes on for like another minute, which is like, I don't know. So I had those like two like routes I wanted to go, and then I like completely burned out on like both of those ideas. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll just I'll just like try to combine them a little, right? Like I'll do something that sort of like leans into my older style, like being like this stuff, as well as some like long form stuff, sort of like that. And that's where I landed on. What if I make a level using sleep, right? That could be cool. So I just sort of like thought about it for like a day, and it's sort of like repurposed many of the ideas I had just like for levels in general up to that point. And I thought they fit really well. So I sort of like tweaked that a bit, workshopped it a bit until I had something that I thought could work, and I sort of had a good chunk of the level planned out by the time I started it. Which was like at the start of the year. This year. I guess the only other thing I can think of before I get into this is like how much like story plays into it. Because I was originally going to do way more with story, or like it's just like narrative in the level beforehand. Like I had like a whole bunch of things planned out that I wanted to do, but I sort of like in tandem with burning out on Bring the Sun, I kind of just didn't want to do like a really, really fleshed out story. Like it just didn't feel right to do. Plus, Sleep, like the song in Monheim, just doesn't feel like something I should like impose like a really, really in your face, on the nose story like Redeemer did. So I kept it a bit more in the back. It's probably not going to be something you pay attention to unless you're looking for it, because there is sort of a story in this, or at the very least there's story elements. There's not really a fleshed out narrative, but there's still an idea being communicated. There's still symbolism in pretty much everything you see in the level, and it ties into the meaning of sleep as well as an idea I've wanted to communicate for a while in the level. But but it's probably not going to be something you like watch the level and like, oh, I get it, right? Because that's not, I don't know, that's not something I want to do. I feel like I would be sort of treading on the original song if I did that. Okay. Oh yeah, this select refresh rate thing didn't originally exist, but there was like a lot of bugs, so I like put it there. It just defaults to 360 if you don't select one, though, because that's what it originally was. Yeah, I think Mannheim is my magnum opus, probably. By a hair. I like Redeemer a lot also, but this one's just more personal to me, I think. It also makes more choices that I think are like more tailored to me rather than what I think other people would like. So it's more personal in that way also. Let me just check if I missed any. Bro, I think they're Eon too. So I made this level just by I had it in 3 different copies that I would later merge, but start positions worked up until I added the sync fix, because I don't remember exactly what about start position causes it to break, but it didn't exist initially, so I was able to use start positions while building it. Yeah. So a lot of the way I was able to like be motivated to even work on it. Ben, why are you here? Hey. Hey Ben. Okay. So a lot of the reason I was motivated to work on this in the first place is I didn't think it would be that big of a project initially. Like, I thought it would be like pretty basic, and I think the first half is a bit more basic. That sort of shows there, but I never thought it would be anywhere near as detailed as you see. Like the second half of the level is for a majority of it, as well as like a lot of the first half too. Like I thought it was going to be very, very stripped back level initially, so that sort of allowed me to get over the threshold of being like, like willing to work on it, I guess. Because by the time I was like 14 minutes in and like starting to burn out, I was like, I mean, I have to finish it. Like I have a preview out. It's like already over halfway done. Like I have to finish it. Like I think plus like the most importantly, like I like the level too much to drop it. Right? There's nothing I dislike about the level. There's nothing significant I dislike about the level. It's just a coincidence for like June releases. This part was different initially. It used to be like very, very easy robot gameplay. But as like I made like the later parts, like I realized I wanted to be a bit harder. Otherwise, it would be just like really boring to play from zero. This part was also very different. This robot part is a lot simpler. Like there were none of these like weird gravity portal things. In fact, like the whole gimmick of it was initially was that you had to be on the bottom because there was like a thing that would kill you if you were on the top at the end. There were just like a bunch of blue pads that were there, but they would kill you. No, I will not make a level more long than Mannheim, probably. I got inspired by the game Blueprints for the coin, if you know that game. I usually like try to get the ideas initially, or just like get the vague idea of where I want the level to go initially, like bare minimum. Some details also before I start building, but honestly, kind of depends. Like you don't want to like overwhelm yourself too much with just stuff like and expectations for yourself. Otherwise, you're not going to want to build at all. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a level shorter than mine. Hi, Alex. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you don't want to like it's sort of, you want to get that balance so that you're gonna have ideas the whole time, but not to the point where you're gonna be like, God, I gotta do this and this and this. It's just too much. It's just too much, right? Like you're never ever gonna finish a level like that unless you have like the world's most solid motivation ever, which I certainly don't have, and I think most people don't have either. Hi Van, hi Van. Level longer than Eonox now. Dude, someone wanted me to make a song by Flood by Boris. Like hell, if you guys have heard that song, hell no, that's like the worst possible song you could ever use for a GD level, like ever. Okay, not really, but like. This part was the lights in the background were inspired by a dream I had. Where there were like these lights sort of like hanging in this like museum type thing, or it was just sort of like a community space. Also, hold on, be right back for like just 20 seconds. My favorite part of Monheim is the UFO part, sort of near the start of Broken Windows, where like the gameplay sort of stops and you're just click sync. That's my favorite part, just gameplay and deco wise. I think it looks great, and like the idea of it I was so proud of when I came up with it. I was like, because originally I was just gonna have like structures the whole part, and I realized like, oh, I don't need to do that. It could be so much cooler. It would like, I guess I'll talk about it more when I get there, but like, I don't know, when it struck me that I could do that and it would be its own sort of like cool like puzzle of sorts, I was just so happy with the idea, and I feel like it was executed very well. IMO. Yeah, I think Flood Part 3, like on its own, would be good. But not the whole like 1 hour. Especially not the start or the end. Okay. Some of the structuring in this part, as well as some of the other parts, were inspired by Rain World. If you guys have played that, there's some, just like the way it's sort of like very dark and like broken up in some bits is very much derived from that. Oh, I should talk about this thing right here. Okay, I didn't think I would go that back when I reset the checkpoint. This is inspired by a puzzle from like a fan-made map, or I guess mod for the Talos Principle, which is a puzzle game I really like. And that puzzle is called Apophis, which is sort of paying homage to, you know, an idea like that level I was talking about before, that like sort of built into this a little. And it's also just paying homage to the puzzle itself and the game, because they're both great, in my opinion. GD is held for review. Okay. This part was a bit different initially. Wait, actually no, there's another thing I forgot to comment on. This section here is inspired by the same thing that you see on one of the TVs later in the part, or sorry, later in the level. I guess I'll talk about it when I get to it, but remember this. It's important. Yeah, Talos Principle is great, especially the first one. I mean, I like them both, but I really like the first one. just so, it's probably my favorite story game. It's just such a compelling idea for a story. And the way it's executed is so good. Oh yeah, this part was different actually. There was like ship portals here that you had to fall into, and you'd be ship early, but it's later now. And I changed it because ship in this part is extremely boring, and wave is more interesting. Because you kind of just like AFK the whole time if it's ship. And then you sort of get the foreshadowing of like the thing that you see quite a bit of later in the level during the climax of Monheim. And this is just sort of to enforce this like big hold here is just to enforce being ship. There was an issue here for like the longest time where you just like wouldn't hit the speed portal in this transition because there's a 2x speed portal right there, and I didn't know, I couldn't recreate it. Like Hypno had it like a million times while playtesting. I just could not recreate it. But I figured out what it was. There was just like there was like a huge tower of 2x speed portals, and like one of them had a group on it that just like moved it out of the way. Like for some reason, I like never noticed. Like if you go in the editor, there's like a million speed portals here, and there's just one that moved out of the way. And it's super like unassuming because it looks the same as all the other ones. Like it's not. It's like placed in the same way. I think it was like a follow trigger, like on the y-axis. But it's like weird, like it didn't work. Yeah. And there's some foreshadowing of like the later part with these. They're supposed to be like sort of skeletal remains of like the fish you see later in the levels, as well as the things in the background are sort of meant to be remains, kind of. The sort of like plug structures also are like just sort of built off of just like things I drew. Although like a good chunk of the things in this level are just like based on like things I drew like in class while bored. Those are not the hands of the Redeemers, bro. Absolutely not. Anything but that. Opposite of that, even. Yeah. Okay. I guess with this, I knew from the start that I wanted. If it was Monheim Travel, it would be rated. Yeah. Yeah. Should have done that instead. Yeah, I knew I wanted to have the album cover like with the hands involved somehow, but I didn't know how exactly I want to do it. So I sort of combined the idea with the hands, just like hand structures, with this other idea I had of like a dream I had where I was like on this planet with these like weird like rosebush, like giant rosebush structures, and you can sort of see the arms connected to the hands sort of have those like rosebush thorns on them, kind of. So it's sort of inspired by that. Nah, we got sleep travel before GTA 6. There's also, I don't know how many people notice this, but there's one of the big fish here. Dude, my dreams are awesome. They very heavily influence my levels. Oops. Yeah. No, I'm not making a level longer than Monheim. Let me do this again so I can like, get the particle effect to work correctly. There you go. I wasn't super proud of that transition. I feel, or like, I like the transition into it, but like the impact, like the come down from like the big drop, I feel like could have been maybe a bit better. Yeah, Emma Like You is probably like the one that's most inspired by my dreams. Yeah, animated lava is used a lot in like the climax for like the red ship. That's it. This is probably my least favorite part. I like it, but I kind of wanted to redo it, like very last minute. But I don't know. I don't know if it was super necessary or not, because it's like, it's all done. Like, I had finished the level by that point. I was like, do I really want to rework a part from the ground up? I kind of just wanted to redo this structure because I think it's a bit basic. Like, when I built it initially, I think it was fine, but the later parts are just so much more decorated. Because I was still very much within, like, that thought that, like, oh, it's going to be a simple level. It's going to be a simple level this time. Which it is, to an extent, but, like, I think it was too much with this part. Yeah. The one you're building with the natural snow building song is very, very dreamlike. You could say you wanted to sleep. Sorry. Okay. The little, well, they're not little, but like the things in the background here that sort of like pulsate a little, or like were like a later addition, like they weren't in the part initially. I think they were a good addition. The area move on the blocks also weren't there initially. Yeah, no, I'm sure I'm not the first. This part was also like really, you're spinning a really cool apple in your head, I'm sure. This part was really like buffed really stupidly, because it was another part that was really easy initially, so it kind of caused me to do like that whole thing where you like buff an easy demon to be like an insane demon, which is like not ideal, but I was told that it's not that egregious, so I should just keep it. That was like another thing that caused me to want to like redo the whole part from the ground up. But I don't know, it's fine, I guess. But there's just like a lot of points where it's like super obvious that it's just buffed easy demon gameplay. Like stuff like this, I guess. This part specifically is like very built on what I wanted to do with Bring the Sun, like that one I was showing off a little bit of for, which is probably kind of obvious because of the background, but yeah, just the idea of the sun is like too woven into what I had with the story that I was like going for, so I just wanted to keep it as a symbolic element because it's, I mean, I don't know what else would work for it. Oops. I don't know if there's anything I have to say about this part. At least not too much. Hi, Skywalker! Dude. So I'm gonna be playing like an idiot because I'm like looking between my screen and my phone. This part was sort of inspired by, I guess maybe I could talk about it a bit more later. Actually, it maybe more fits this part a bit more. There's a song by Swans called "Birthing," which sort of inspired this part, like the background of this part at the very least. And I sort of had ideas regarding it that I wanted to sort of impose on like every level I had up to this point, like after Redeemer at least. There's a part in the middle of the song where they're sort of just like hammering on this one note over and over and over and over and over again. And then like halfway through it like switches to like a different note, I guess. I think they go from D to F. I don't actually remember, or maybe F to D. I don't remember specifically. It's just such a good moment. And that really inspired this section because I just sort of like get this imagery. It might be a bit grotesque, but with the name of the song, it sort of just feels like being pushed through like this giant like birthing canal of sorts, like not like a normal one, but like a sort of like Leviathan, like maybe like a jaw even, like you're going through like the throat of a Leviathan, kind of like that. And I sort of want to do something along those lines where it's very inspired by the imagery I get from that section of the song, because it's one of my favorite parts of any song ever. It's just such a like beautiful moment. I don't know. Like the change in tone. If you haven't listened to that song, I highly recommend "Birthing" by Swans. If you like the song on this level, that is. I think the energy in this part is probably the best out of any part. I had to nerf it a little because before it was released, it was way flashier. Like if I go to like here, like on the swell, I don't know if it counts as a swell, but like when it goes up in pitch, like you see it flashes a bit more. It was like that, like pretty much the whole time, which is, from what I was told, like really hard on the eyes, so I kind of had to reel it in a bit, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Like I feel like it's sort of an accessibility issue at that point if it like causes your eyes to strain, which is fair, so it's fine. One of the most pregnant musicians ever. That's so true. My favorite songs, albums, okay. Llama's Effigy by Sprain, Glowing Man by Swans. I'm talking about albums here. Newly Sentient Being might eclipse Glowing Man, but we'll see. Probably, but can't say for sure. Feedbacker by Boris is great. Lift Your Skinny Fists obviously is great. Virgins by Tim Hecker. Radio More is also really good by Tim Hecker. It's another one. Flood, I guess, is also very good, but I already said Feedbacker. Yeah, it's probably good that I changed it now. Right. What are other ones? I don't know, these are all pretty good ones, I think. And sort of the effect here with like the you know, just objects tweaking out, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. It's sort of inspired a little bit by like time lapses you'd see of like bugs like devouring like a fish or something, or like just any piece of meat or like carcass, and you sort of like see all the flesh like break down, and all that's left is like the bone. And it's sort of inspired that a bit, because as you sort of like see the part go on, you see like it just like devolve into just objects scattered around statically. That's sort of meant to be the bone in this case, or it's sort of like similar idea, I guess. Right, like here you're seeing a bit more of just like objects just placed there. That's sort of meant to be that in this case. This part was also one of the ones I had like figured out first. Like it's sort of the one that I just had while I was like listening to the song, or like at least like this part here coming up, like the tunnel. This part I think I could have maybe communicated a bit better, like where the hitboxes are. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit. I think one of my biggest disappointments I have with the level is that this part's too easy. Like, it's a bit of an anticlimax when you're actually playing it, because you like never die to it, and if you do die to it, it just feels like bullshit, because you can't really tell where the hitboxes are, unfortunately, at least in the first half. Yeah, I don't know. Here it's a bit better because you can. It's more like static objects, which you can see more clearly, but I don't know. But yeah, this part here where it sort of like goes into this tunnel is one of the first ideas I had, because it's just sort of what I imagined for the song itself, and like the transition out of this part with like the sine wave is just like sort of what I envision to the song, just like from the get-go. It is tense. This is like another thing I regret is, I mean, it's not something I could do anything about, but I kind of wish it went on a bit longer. This is one of the things I think I disagree with a lot of others on, because I've seen some people say this part goes on for too long. I think it's too short, because I don't think it's intense enough. Like, you can do it pretty easily, but if we were to just like keep going and going and going, it'd be like, how long is it going for? It keeps going. I have to do this straight for so long, right? But it's only like 40 seconds, so it's kind of easy, unfortunately. But that aspect is not really up to me, because I can't decide how long this part of the song is. Yeah, I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree. Would you rather be rich but happy but poor but sad? I think probably but happy or poor. Wait, you gotta ask your Jay-Z question, Tuz. Taz asked me a Jay-Z question like an hour before this that I've been ruminating on. Yeah, this sort of bit here is sort of what I always imagined with this part of the song. Getting this effect to work was so bad. It was so bad. It took so long to like get it to not be crusty. It's still a bit crusty, just because of like floating point error. I forgot what it's called actually. There's people that are more knowledgeable on this stuff than me, but just the fact that it's so far into the level causes it to like have a bunch of issues. And I had to like spend so long getting it to not be a bit buggy, and it's a bit less intense than I would want it to be. I would have it originally I wanted it to scale like 20 times more than this. Like it would start out really skinny, and then like grow to this, but that just caused way too many bugs. Would you rather have $1 dinner or 100 Jay-Z's? Right, okay, so $1 dinner, you're only going to get, like, one thing out of it. Like, there's only one... It lasts for just a brief moment, and then it's over, right? But 100 Jay-Z's, that's going to be, like, a permanent change in the world. Like, there's going to be big consequences to that, man. And that's sort of, like, where the big debate is. It's, like, either just, like, whatever, or, like, this huge, like, rift in the universe now, because now there's 100 Jay-Z's. Like that's gonna like make a huge change culturally. Like legitimately, there's like the world will not be the same, anywhere near the same with 100 Jay-Z's. And so you just gotta think: is is the shift in culture worth it? Because you sort of have to think about, like, if you're a clone of someone else, that is, like, inherent suffering. Like, not to mention just, like, the inherent suffering of bringing another living being into the world. But a clone into the world, like, you're gonna think, like, the entire rest of the life, like, the entire rest of your life as being a reiteration of someone else. Like, that is really brutal, right? And there's gonna be 100 of that. There's gonna be 100 of that. Maybe since there's 100, they could find some, like, sort of unity in that, some, you know, home, some, you know, they'll have stuff in common, right? But they'd still just be this, like, object, right? And they're sort of forced into that. They didn't choose to be Jay-Z, right? Or, you know, a clone of Jay-Z. Like, they're sort of forced into this cultural position where they're going to be like, yo, there's 100 Jay-Z's. That's crazy, right? And there's also the consequence of me, because I'm going to be responsible for this decision. Like, I'm not going to be, like, detached from this, right? Like, I'm going to be the one responsible for bringing 100 Jay-Z's into being. Like, I don't know if I want the spotlight from that. So I think I would go $1 dinner, because I think that's just too much suffering. Even if it would be, like, really funny, it would be, like, that'd be some, like, brutal stuff. Yeah, $1 or infinite suffering. They don't know I made the decision. I still don't think that changes it, because that's, like, sort of, like, Kantian a bit, right? You shouldn't base your decisions on how other people would respond to it. You gotta, like, base it on just if it's moral. Okay, I lost, like, 10 viewers. We gotta go back to the level, I think, guys. Yeah. Heaven or super hell? Well, it's either, okay, heaven or super hell is either infinity, or, like, an infinity of suffering, or an infinity of worse suffering. And it's like, it's sort of like the thing of, like, would you rather have an infinite amount of $1 bills or an infinite amount of $20 bills? And it's like the same thing, no? I mean, it's not, but it is. It's both. They're both infinite. I don't know. Like, I don't care that it's heaven. It's like, ooh, it's so fun here. Like, you're gonna live infinitely. That is an infinite amount of time of suffering. Okay, we're going back to the level, I think. Yeah, but Hawks, you have the same amount of money. Okay, let me talk about the level. Okay, so this part is inspired by a dream I had. Of specifically, well, it's inspired by a couple of dreams, but it's inspired by a dream I had. Like, the corridor itself is inspired by a dream I had where there was, like, a GD level that just sort of got, like, put on my account out of nowhere. I had, like, no influence over it. It just got, like, put there. And it had, like, a sort of, like, a climax and, like, a come down with a corridor like this. And I was like, obviously I gotta put that in the level. Like, it fits so well here. Okay, YouTube is just hiding anything. Like, why is ass hidden? And then some other elements of this part, like the grocery store shelves, like the refrigerated shelves, are just generally inspired by dreams I have where, like, stuff from stores are, like, imposed on some random spaces they wouldn't normally be. That's, like, super common in my dreams, like with the library also. So I sort of wanted to use, that's something I wanted to do since I'm like here, and it's just one of the things I've never done yet or managed to do. Okay, so there's a lot of routes I can take. The shark is very, very important to the level. I know it's just sort of, like, put there, like, what's that? but it is very embedded in the level's meaning. It's sort of inspired by, or like I got the idea from it out of like a documentary I watched in like class where it's like about shark finning and like sort of the the sort of like business built on that, and it really like hit me on an emotional level, and I sort of wanted to intertwine that with the story because I thought it fit pretty well. It's pretty thematically relevant, I think, as well as just like what blue sharks often symbolize, because that's what this is. This is a blue shark, and blue sharks are also the most hunted sharks. Like they're the ones used most for shark finning, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot to get into here. I guess I'll talk about the screens. Okay, so there's 6 screens. They're used for the coin route. I don't know if that's I guess it's a spoiler, but it's probably obvious. The things on the screens though are sort of like taken from this collection of videos of like really old Portal 2 maps. From a channel called Jindrock. I don't know how to actually pronounce it because it's in German, but it's in the end screen, and it lists all the creators of the maps, and it's like a playlist of videos I watched when I was super young, like 7, I think, or like 6, or 5, I think, even maybe some of them, and they've always really been embedded into my brain. Just anything with Portal 2 in general, but especially these maps, because for the longest time, like after like age 7, it just like disappeared, and I couldn't find it for like a decade. Like the playlist, I couldn't find it for like straight up a decade, and it was super elusive to me for like such a long time, and it just couldn't escape my mind. Like some of the weirdest, most surreal maps in Portal 2, mainly just because of their age. Like people weren't super good at. Tuz, you can ask it later. Not right now. I'm busy right now. There's some serious business going on. What was I saying? Yeah, so I just picked out 6 of the maps that I really remembered. This is one called Daisy Cutter, which has this like ending to it that I always remembered because it was just like, I don't know how to describe why I remember it. Maybe I shouldn't go that deep into it, but if you want to watch it for yourself, you can. It's just you can see who made the playlist at the end of the level, Jindrock. It's just their first Portal 2. Sorry. Right. Okay, yeah, this one here. This is a bad angle to get to it. I think Monheim will get not rated. No, I don't know. It doesn't matter, dude. This section right here is, again, from all of these are from various maps, but this thing I told you guys to remember in the wave part, that's this. That's this. It's the same thing. Can you believe it? It's crazy. I don't know. Okay. And then this one's from the one that resonated with me the most. I just could not forget it. It's called Retrospective. Insanely good map for its time. If you still play Portal 2, you might have seen like B-mod maps that use like the green fizzler. This might be a bit too niche. But the green fizzlers are actually part of B-mod, and this was the map to come up with it. It's actually credited wrong in B-mod. This map came first before the one credited. And I don't know who to tell to change it, but it works mechanically the same. It's aesthetically basically the same, and it's pretty cool, in my opinion. It's a really atmospheric map, in my opinion. Maybe it's just because I saw it when I was 7 and it sort of embedded itself into my psyche, but because of that, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I missed anything that I need to get into. I guess there's like the drum set stuff, which is based on my dad's drum set, which I sometimes play. Although it's unfortunately disassembled right now. It's very sad, I know. Oh, right, it's Crescendo slot. I forgot. Alright. I'll make a level where kill people with a rock. Do not call this song RYM core. That's so mean. Dude, I got a comment that was like the other day, I was like, all YM level. And I wanted to kill myself, but not really. But like kind of. The faucet, or sorry, like the drinking fountains are also sort of derived from the same thing that the shelves are, that are like inspired by dreams I've had. Screwdriver slot, so true. Yeah, just sort of more of the screens. This one is Love Trip. And this one is Penrose, which actually got repurposed into a really, really popular Portal map that you can play on the workshop. Most of these you can't play on the workshop, because they were before the workshop. But this one got repurposed into Decay Part 1, which, if you play Portal 2, you might know. But maybe not. Oh, that's the death of the shark. They brought the shark onto the boat, and it's dead now. It's very sad. Here we have drum set. And this horrible path. If you take this path in your completion, you're a horrible person, probably, because there's so many better paths to take. This is like the hardest one easily. And we transition into the part I showed off in the preview, which is a pretty good part. This part was really annoying to me, like while I was fixing the sink, because like the whole level worked fine up until this point. It took me like a full like day or two to fix it, and it was so annoying to just play through the whole level over and over and over and over again, just for it to break here. I'm really proud of this part though, because I think I was going for sort of a bit of like feeling of vertigo that I got from Half-Life 2 during the bridge section, if you guys know that. There's like a section where you like have to navigate under a bridge, and there's like a train going by above you, and it's like water below. You're like way, way, way high off the ground, and it's like it's just it's one of the most iconic parts of the game. And I sort of try to capture the same feeling you get from that bit in this, where you're sort of like navigating over like sketchy, scaffolding, just trying to climb around it. I think I accomplished that decently well. I think I could have maybe made it a bit sketchier, but I think that would have maybe done a bit of a disservice to like the balancing, because I think it would have been a bit too hard. Also, I feel like I've probably been missing a bunch of questions. I'm gonna read through if that's okay with you guys. I think this is around where the vanilla editor ends. I think it's maybe a bit after this. Maybe that's actually why it causes problems. I didn't think about that. If it ends here. Niche IRL. Okay. Oh, okay. The orb patterns. You can probably tell the inspiration is from O, which is an incredible level that came out, I think, this year, maybe last year. I don't actually remember if it was this year or last year, but yeah, I wanted to just do something like that. One of them is meant to be a reference to The Great Annihilator, which is an album. I don't know if I passed that one while I was playing here, but it's like an infinity sign. Yeah, I don't know why it's like censoring everything. It's like I've been accepting them, but like I've like been pressing show, but I don't know. Random spam mixer getting over it. Getting over at Minecraft. Okay, I think I saw one. Whoops. X equals 240. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll be sure to. Yeah, I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. Don't worry. My favorite level. It's probably The Limit by Skywalker. I don't know if Skywalker's here, but oh my god, The Limit is so good. The Limit is so good. Dude, you should be so proud of that level. If you're not, be proud of it. Because it is phenomenal. It's so good. It is so good, dude. Yeah, new Swans announced today. I'm so excited for a newly sentient being. It's gonna be so good. I saw like one of the earlier shows of that tour live, and it was phenomenal. So I'm excited for the album. Okay, yeah, ask the question, Todd's. I'm fine. I'll answer it. I don't know if there's anything else I want to comment on this part. I think maybe one thing I don't like is that maybe the towers are a bit like I've done it before in my other levels. Maybe feels a bit regurgitative, but I think it's okay. I could have maybe made them a bit more radio tower like. I think that would have maybe been a bit more interesting. That is already sort of what they are meant to be, but I don't know. Questions are banned. Yes. No questions. No, I'm kidding. Please ask questions. I'll answer them. I love questions. Yeah, I think it was their best tour. Like, maybe it's just because recency bias, or it's the one I went to. But like, it mogs Live Rope so hard in my opinion. I love Live Rope too, so I'm not saying that lightly. Okay, this is my favorite part for sure. I just love, just conceptually, just the puzzle of it, because it's I love seeing people play this part and just being like, oh, where do I go? Do I fall? Do I go in a straight line? Do I spam? And when they finally figure out you gotta click to the beat, it's just so, I don't know, it's just so fun to watch. I don't know. And it was just something I was really proud of when I figured it out, figured out what I wanted it to do for the gameplay. Because originally I was gonna have structures that just follow the player, and that would have been so like boring. Right? It wouldn't have had the same like feeling of leaving the sort of like scaffolding you were jumping from prior. Why did I say it like that? Prior. It just would have felt like you were just going into a new section of it. Whereas right now, like the way it is in the final level, feels perfect. Your question is too long. Okay. So then I realized I don't have to actually have gameplay in the middle of it, right? I can like have it just at the end, and you gotta just click until you get there, and that way it creates this sort of like suspense. Why am I saying it like that? Suspense. And so you get there. Suspense. Holy, sorry, guys. Yeah, which I really like. I think that's one of my favorite parts of the level. Although there's an issue where like sometimes it does that where you go super high, and I don't really know why. I think Hypno had it like crazy when playtesting. It was like way up there. I hope that's not happened to anyone like at an attempt from zero. That'd be pretty that'd be like pretty tragic. But yeah. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting it's loud. Okay, hold on. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I think it still gets you to where you need to be, but it's like, I don't know. It doesn't! What the hell? Wait, maybe like, what? There we go. I think you just maybe have to click a bit later. It's unfortunate, but it's not a thing I've had many issues with. I don't really have too much to comment on here. I really like the colors here. That's pretty much it. The yellow orbs are generally just to mark that you're going in a new direction now. mainly because of the second section where the yellow orb is a bit delayed from the start. No, you can ask it again, it's fine. Yeah, click sync slop, I know. Ugh. Can't believe that. Okay. Yeah, no, you can ask it again, it's fine. I found the song by just going through Newgrounds until I found something that fit what I was going for. I was originally going to use a song, or like a nong before it. But I wasn't confident enough to use one yet, so I just used a song on Newgrounds instead because that sort of like fit the same vibe. And I sort of got it mostly, but I think there's a bit of dissonance there with the first maybe quarter of the level, which is unfortunate. Yeah, no, it's a coincidence that's all in June. It's just how it is. Yeah, I think this all released on the same day as Amalek here, which is funny. Okay. This is the part that took me the longest to make. I don't really know why specifically, but I don't know. It just took a while to get everything to look nice, like all the colors and stuff. I really struggled with. I'm really proud of the things in the background. That's another thing I had figured out pretty early. I wanted there to be like horns in the background. I think that's pretty important to this part. Thank you. And this part is also the one that made me want to go back to like buff the earlier parts, because it's like, I don't know. It's quite a lot harder than how they were initially, like the earlier parts, I mean. What was the idea for that? I mean, it's just, there is some symbolism in that. I don't want to give away what everything in the level means, because I think it's exciting for people to figure it out themselves. And I don't want to like take that away from people. But there is meaning to it, and it just fits well, I think. Just sonically, you're hearing, you know, brass instruments. It just fits. I was on the fence on whether or not I wanted a duel here, but I built it and I liked it. Can I send the question? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that sound trigger there is a bit weird. I tried really fixing it, but it still sometimes bugs, unfortunately, and you get that weird clip. Yeah, I'm really proud of the duel. I think it turned out great. Just like gameplay-wise. And transition also. Yeah, like, Scared it's gonna show my DMs. I don't think it will. Wait, let me just test with Steam first. I don't think it will show Steam, but I think it's just set to show GD. Yeah, the song trigger is just because like you can't have the sync machine work there. Hurry up, Tuds. Tuds is typing. Okay, I'm just keep playing level. Hello. Okay, he just asked the question. Okay. Okay, so, would you rather get $50 million, but every week 3 noses spawn randomly on random places of your body? The nose replace every week that you have to feed through IV drip, or $20 million, but every month on a random day and time 2 orangutans will chase you down and tickle you until you defecate. I mean, do I have to pick? Like, I don't. I'm fine with like not taking the money. Yeah, I don't need that much money. Like, I can just like 20 million is like a lot, and that's like the less valuable one. Okay, I should talk about why I sort of pivoted to this style for this part. When I first listened to this album, I would just like put it on loop, like during school. Because I had very, very long hair at that point, like probably longer than any other point in my life, so I could just hide my AirPods very easily. And during lunch, we were just allowed to leave the school for about 40 minutes and go around the park, and there's lots of really pretty parks. And it was super rainy during that time of year when I first listened to it, so I sort of like translated just the feeling of those parks I would go to while listening to the music into this, because I made some great memories during that time. I feel like this is probably the part of the album I most associate with that. Either this or the start of Storm, like the first build. It also takes a bit of inspiration again from Half-Life 2. I didn't ignore you. Sorry, bang the desk again. I'm sorry. I didn't ignore you. I entertained your question probably more than I should have, in fact. So there's a part in Half-Life 2, Episode 2, with sort of architecture similar to this, which I took a bit of inspiration from. It also has pines like this. And I think that's one of my favorite areas in the entire game. It's a super underrated part, also. There's also the coin right there. Let me just double check that I haven't missed any questions. It kind of looks like the part from Redeemer because it uses the same tree asset, but just like changed a bit. Which I thought maybe would be a bit too like regurgitative, but I think I did it fine. Like why? Like I already made a good tree asset, so I don't see any reason to just redo it from the ground up because I feel like it's already good enough. I don't know. What was your reaction to seeing Redeemer in the 2025? I was very happy. I was like, wow, it was there. Did the song ever start getting annoying to you? Actually, no, not really. I feel like that usually happens to me, but maybe it's just a good enough song that doesn't happen. I still really like the song. It's obviously my least favorite on the album now. I get the least enjoyment out of it, but it's still a phenomenal song. I love One-Sided Would You Rather, but yeah. My favorite level I've made is Monheim. It's my most personal level. I mean, I don't know if it's even going to be in the words ever. It's fine if it's not. That doesn't really need to be. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's cool that it got nominated. That's all that really matters to me, if anything. It's cool that it just had that reach, I think, is all that really matters. Okay, I don't know if I missed any, but if I did, you can just say it again. I did know there's a lyric version to the Sailor. You got Newly Sentient being leaked? No. Drop that right now. Drop that right now, dude. If you have a Newly Sentient being leaked, I'm listening to that right after this is over, dude. I'm listening to that. My favorite song? I don't really have one favorite. I know that's a basic answer, but it's just the case. If I ever pick a favorite song, then I immediately hold it to a different standard and I can't enjoy it anymore. Comments is great. Phenomenal level. Yeah, I don't see any reason to take the GD Awards seriously. That and like level ratings. Like I've seen so many arguments about whether or not this level is intense. Sorry, I've like read a comment while saying that. I've seen so many arguments about whether or not this level is mythic worthy or legendary worthy or epic worthy. Like who cares? Like who cares? This doesn't matter. Literally the most that matters is if it gets featured, because then it gets put on the tab and then it gets more reach, which is cool. But like who? Like it doesn't matter. How do I make levels so intense? I mean, I don't really know how to answer that specifically. I feel like it's just sort of something you build the skill for. There's other people who are much better at it than me. I just sort of go about my own way of doing it with my style, and I just sort of try to build on it over what I already know until I get something I think is intense. If it really like hits me as like damn, like when I play I'm like damn, then I'm like okay, it's probably good. Like the red ship is a part that does that to me. Yeah, like it's literally just determined by Rob Top's opinion. Like does that matter? Like oops. I don't really have too much to say about this, but actually no. With the stringed lights, was sort of derived from an idea I had with the Dead Flag Blues, like a particular section of that. I sort of wanted to, you know, sort of repurpose in this because I thought it fit quite nicely with this part of the song. It is blue and it looks cool. Yeah? Is my clicking loud, by the way? Like, I'm sorry if it is. I can try to click maybe with my upper arrow or something instead. The fish in the background was another idea that I thought was very important to level early on. I think I did it pretty much as best as possible here. Just sort of like the slow transition into it from the sort of like redwood forest thing. I think them being connected like this is very important to the level. And this is maybe like the one like sinew that's connected to Redeemer, is the concept of like the ocean, or like the symbolism of it. That's probably like the only connection there is. Okay, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, it's really good part of the album. I was really interested. I listened to like an old version of Third Part, and it was really interesting to me how there was never really like a come down in the middle of it. It just kept like the start of it, just like the first build sort of just transitioned cleanly into this with no come down, which I thought was pretty interesting how it evolved. Thank you. I'm proud of the pulses on the dash orbs. The sort of like kelp structures in the background, if you want to call it that. They're not really kelp, but you know, sea, you know, they're not plants either, but you got the idea. They're also sort of derived from these things I would like just doodle in class, if it was boring, similar to the other things. I sort of like the transition in like gameplay structuring here from just like the basic architecture to like the more sort of like abstract architecture. I think I did that pretty cleanly. And I think I sort of made the shift in tone pretty nice, and that this part is not combative. I forget how many syllables there are in that, but you know what I mean. It's not trying to hurt you, unlike other parts from this level as well as my other levels. It's sort of with you. You're sort of moving with it. You're going up. The thing that's coming up with the UFO that sort of follows you works in that manner, I think, pretty well, better than anything else. Sorry, I feel like I missed a ton of stuff. I'm going to just read for a bit, if that's okay with you guys. I've not thought of getting a SAO device. Thank you, Camelot. Weird fishes. Hey, wait a minute. I've not actually listened to any Animal Collective. I've been meaning to, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. I do have ideas for a next level, but I don't know if it's something I'm actually going to make because I'm just not going to have much free time in the near future because I'm going to college soon, and it's just going to take up so much time. Is this easier or harder than Redeemer? I have no idea. Like, why is it hit harder from line? Like, why? Like, okay, I need to turn off the auto mod thing. I don't know how to do that, but I'll try really quick. It says it's not holding any messages. I know that's not true, man. It's hiding everything, dude. Have you ever thought of doing remakes of RobTop levels? God, sorry guys for hitting the table. I really love Clubstep remix. Like I really like Clubstep remix. I would love to do one of those at some point. But I don't know. We'll see. Oop, sorry. Let me just make sure there's none I missed. I stopped the level from desyncing by using the same fix as Eon. It's a bit more comprehensively explained in that level. Like, it's all labeled and stuff, if you want to look at that. Okay, yeah, I think I read everything. Oh, wait, there's new stuff. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing with the difficulty in the two levels is just too different. Like, it's more concentrated in Redeemer. Alright, got a message from Tuds. Yo, never talk to me again, bro. What did I even do? Like, what did I even do? I didn't do anything wrong. Ever thought of experimenting with platformer? Yeah, I've thought of doing a puzzle platform for a while, but it feels like a lot of work. And it's sort of scary for that reason. But we'll see. Maybe. I have a lot of ideas for a puzzle platformer, but I don't know. Okay, let's go. Lost a friend today. This part, I feel like I could have maybe done a bit better, but overall, I think it's just one of my favorite parts. Just like having this whole thing come back and why are the particles not there? Hold on, one sec, guys. Sorry. Okay, I guess we're not doing particles today, but it reuses the same particles as the prior UFO part with the click sync, and I think it makes you feel like very like you are with this world. You are here with it. Yeah, I love the cloud transition, like the sort of repurposing of the clouds from the prior section as you're like going back up into the area you were before. Not the same area, but you know, similar. I barely play any platformers. This is not about the end of the world. I had someone thought this was about like like I remember seeing someone being like, it'd be cool if they made a level that wasn't, you know, a level about like an apocalyptic city. It's not about an apocalyptic city, bro. I guess it's maybe my fault for maybe making it feel too much like it, but it's not meant to be at all. It's not. This level is not meant to feel apocalyptic. Or it can feel apocalyptic, but it's not about the apocalypse in the same way something like Redeemer is. Okay, I actually have to focus up for this. So this part isn't... It's just a normal Tuesday, yeah. Yeah. So this part up here wasn't my original idea for it. I really tried to get it to work, but I just couldn't. Like, it was too buggy. So I had to go for something a bit different, which is sort of a shame. But I think it still has the same impact that I wanted. If you guys have ever played Rain World, I was sort of hoping to go for something a bit similar to the ending of that game, like the base Survivor campaign. It's one of the most impactful moments in any game ever. A beautiful sequence. I'd highly recommend playing that game if you haven't already. Yeah, no, this part runs pretty badly, unfortunately. It used to be so bad, though. It used to be so bad. You guys have no idea. It used to lag like 4 times more. Like, it used to like nuke your PC. It was so bad. I can maybe pull that up after this. But yeah. I don't know how obvious it is, but these are meant to be the same sort of like rosebush limbs that you're seeing earlier in the level, during the part with the skinny fist background. Alongside like the other fish things you were seeing the fossils of in that part. Well, the fish fossils are what were before this, not during this, but yeah. I'm really glad I have now. I hoped that I would evoke something like that, so I'm glad it did. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, they're just meant to be broad sea life. Some of them are meant to be like fish. There's like one shark, or maybe 2. I can't remember if I kept the second one. Actually, I think the shark you can see if you, like the second one, you can see if you stay below the clouds. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about this part that I haven't already said, I don't think. So this part, I sort of knew I wanted to have like a bit of a breakdown here where it's like the thing prior but sort of just broken down and stripped back more and more and more and more until you're just like seeing just the objects just sort of placed randomly. And I didn't know how much I wanted to lean into that. Like initially I was just gonna have it be like this the whole time, where it's still fairly structured, and it just like gets more and more broken down as it goes on. But then I made, well, you'll see it in a bit when it slows down. Yeah, I made a little bit of gameplay here with sort of the object spam, and I really liked it. I actually liked how it played, and I was like, yeah, I don't see why not. It's the perfect natural progression of it. It plays it's well somehow, and I just sort of continued with it. I feel like it just made sense. It was the right place for the level to go. Right? There's only so much energy you can get out of making the level like have normal structures and stuff. You kind of have to crunch it up and break it down. Otherwise, it'll just, I don't know, it'll sort of plateau. You kind of have to do something a bit different. Was I inspired by the national anthem? Not like directly, but I guess it maybe, I sort of thought about it, and that like, yeah, a level can do this and it'll work great. Yeah, so like the first little bit is like the only part I like actually spammed objects for. Like the rest I made normally, and then just sort of did the object spam after. Like I made the gameplay pretty much the same way I would normally make gameplay. I just structured it differently. Just with exception of like maybe a couple things where there's like a bunch of like stuff like this, I guess, was sort of just object spam. But the rest, I mean, is still fairly normal. And I think that's everything for this part. I can't think of everything right off the bat, unfortunately. It does actually reuse the same glow beams from the middle of Redeemer, because I thought they were like, I did the contrast like perfectly on that level, and I couldn't recreate it, so I kind of just like had to reuse it. Yeah, this is another part I thought of like pretty early. I didn't know how exactly I wanted to do it with like the click sync here, and then you gotta like click a random orb. I didn't know like the specifics of it, but I knew I wanted to have something like it because it just seemed like a fun way to end the level. Just having like, you have to memorize when the switch up happens, right? And it's not that hard to do. It's just on the fourth cello, like the fourth time the cello comes in. I knew I wanted to have it fairly simple, so I just like brought back the space background from the prior part because it just makes sense that you're in the same area, so obviously still be there. Yeah, that's it. I can't really think of much else to comment on that immediately jumps out at me. Just make sure if anyone asked anything else. Honestly, how would you have done it? It's hard to explain without spoiling the ending of Rain World. I'd love to, but I think it's better to just have people play it. It's not worth explaining. I don't know if I want to exploit the coin because I think it's a fun thing to. Yeah, there's no Kiev logo in this. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot, I guess. Add me to a friend. So true. Yeah, so that's what a lot of people do. They like count to 60. Which I think is funny. Have I ever considered building into classical music? No, I don't listen to much classical music. If I've missed any questions, you can ask them again. Like if you have any other questions about Monheim, I can ask them, or you can ask them right now. I'll try to respond. Because after this, we're going to be moving on to a different level. Still time to add the key. I'm not doing that. I don't know where to put it. I guess just like on the right or something, but. Yeah, I mean, you can put the ID to it. I'll come back to it. I'll actually copy it and put it in like a thing. Put the ID. Yeah, I like rock. It'd be cool to. I like electronic a lot. Also, I've considered making like a level using an electronic song, like One Tricks Point Never type thing. If you are familiar with that. My favorite level I made is Monheim. Okay, wait, hold on. While you guys ask questions, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I haven't actually listened to much Black Country New Ruin. I've been meaning to, but I just haven't gotten into it yet. During the final track. Really? Wait, you can actually hear the lyrics for it? I didn't realize. Wait, really? I just assumed they weren't added yet because it was just like an earlier version of the song. My hardest is Rash. Aside from like Ready Run, Monheim. There's a good Sage level using Tchaikovsky's song, if I'm remembering correctly. Swan Lake, I think is what it's called. Well, it wouldn't be like the logo wouldn't be above the Monheim text because that's where like the credits are. I don't know, it's like gone now, but yeah, here you get like the credits for playtesting. Yeah, and then the band members and also like the maps made by the people on the screens. Yeah, see here you got band members and yeah. Okay, I think that's everything for Monheim unless you guys have any more questions. Move on to another level. Probably one of the smaller ones because I spent a long time on that and I know Redeem is going to take a while also. So probably like one of these. Which one should I do, guys? Which one of these? Observer? My part in Paranoid Android? Maybe. Observer. Okay, I'll do Observer. Is there any connection between the world and your levels? Not really. There's some ideas that are carried over. I talked about that a little bit with the ocean and Monheim. But dude, why is this held for review? Ale Mankier. I guess that's that's not allowed. Yeah, it is a type of plant. Which you see a little bit in the level. Okay, let's do Observer. And then I'm probably gonna do Redeemer after, I think. So Observer, I started pretty much right after I finished Exhaust, like the start of the year. It's an idea I had since like the song came out in like 2020, before I even like knew how to build. Just a level using this song that's sort of just vaguely like in a very like East Coast humid environment type of thing. I wasn't sure where exactly I wanted to go with it initially. Like initially I wanted it to be like actual like real locations in Virginia, because that's where I used to live. But I didn't feel confident enough to do that, so I just went for this instead, which is sort of just more vague representations of locations like that. This first part I think is nice, but I could have maybe done a bit more with it. It's a bit boring to play from zero, unfortunately, but I think it's okay. I think some of the effects are nice. I'd love to do more with effects in the future if I ever make another level. I think the colors are solid too. I think my biggest like issue at this point was like not being super good at like making backgrounds, like or like the parallax in the backgrounds. It's something I got a bit better at like later. Yeah, you sort of just see like a little bit of a build here. It's a very like embryonic version of it compared to some of my later levels, but it's still there, and I think it's still pretty well done for what it is. I think I may be over-representing the intensity a little here. I think it could have been maybe like like a less intense speed change, but I think it's still good. I think the transition here is also fairly solid. I like the idea of holding here. I was sort of on the fence on whether or not it was too ambitious, but I think it was fine. How do I find the songs for my levels? The older ones, I just looked through Newgrounds until I found something I liked. Well, actually, that's not really true. I already knew of most of the songs before I made them in my other ones. And Melanchier, I guess I can get into later, but I had the idea for a while just because I was familiar with Horst's music. Long Dash Ropes are fun. It was a bit more ambitious at the time, I think, but now this is like super normal. I think I could have done the intensity a bit better here, but it's still solid, I think. Yeah, this is a jump scare. That's one of the other good things about this. I have a lot of issues with this level, which I'll get into later. We're like reaching the end of it, which should not be the end of the level. I'll just say now, like, the level was going to be like another minute long, but I thought the update was going to come out again. So I cut it off super early, and this level was like being worked on in like May, right? And remember, this is 2023, and it came out in December, I think, right? So I had like 6 months left to finish it, which I was able to finish it in that time. Obviously, I would be able to finish it, but I don't know. I was too scared, so I cut it off, which I'm really embarrassed about. I think this level is very embarrassing for that reason, because the progression would have just been so much better, like magnitudes better, if I actually finished it. I think the colors are pretty great in this part. I'd love to do more stuff in this sort of like, what's it called? Why can't I remember the person's name? Sarky the Salad sort of style, like, design, where it's very colorful and you just have these, I don't know how to describe it, but you have like these things layered nicely and it just looks good. I'd love to do more of that. That'd be really fun. That's something I think I haven't done anywhere near enough of. to have like this sort of background breaking apart effect. That one is cool. Then we have this sort of like sewer section, which I wanted to do a bit more with, but again, I didn't finish the level. So yeah, unfortunately. I think the effect on the background is nice. I built on it a little, just like in various test levels, and eventually it sort of got reused a little bit in Monheim, because I just sort of built on it more and more and more with all these like test levels that I never really did anything with, and so it like ended up as something completely new. Yeah, 2.2 just a week away, guys. Did you know 2.2 is coming out in a week? Might be a bit hard to believe, but you know. Yeah, so this was just meant to sort of be like a little break section, not the ending of the level. Like, I don't know, it's just so unfortunate. I can show the full layout. Like, this end screen is so anticlimactic compared to the actual one. Here, I'll pull it up right now, actually. I know, but like, I was just like, the level's already done. It's just like revisionist if I go back and do it now. I'm still genuinely on the fence on whether or not I want to finish it. Like, I might actually, like, I might just get, like, ask an Elder mod if I can, like, un-update lock the level and, like, update it to give it an extension. Because, here, let me pull it up. Observer. Oops, or I think it's just, like, OBS. Full, yeah, here. Here. You can see the old layout. Some tragic stuff, dude. There's a coin right here. This part with like the sewers is inspired by an old, I don't know if it's old by this point, but like I think early 2010. No, it might be late 2000. I don't know. I don't actually know when it came out. But it's like an old, like a Ratchet Clank game that I saw my mom play, and it had like a sewer section like this where you gotta like go up and down it, and it always stuck with me. I like barely know anything about Ratchet and Clank, but that section really stuck with me. It's just such like a cool, cool thing. I wanted to do something like that here. Ugh, dude, why? It always pisses me off playing this, dude. It could have been so much better. It could have been so much better, dude. Like, holy man, watch. Like, dude. Nice plunge on her. Yeah. I might. I just don't know if it's redoing the past or whatever. I don't have too much to say about this level, other than I'm just disappointed with it, and I think I did way better in my future levels. Actually completing them. I don't know. I don't know. Observer Unleashed. Hell no, dude. I'll do the same thing, but I'll just like make the entire level like white and black. Who's ready, guys? I should finish it? Okay. It's going well. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Exhaust? Okay. So this is another level where it's sort of based on an old idea I had from 2020. Where I'd like heard this song for the first time. This one. I don't know why I'm doing this, like I already have it downloaded, but I heard this and I was like, this could really fit like a very like windy sort of like airship type of thing, or like sort of like a factory that's being like overcome with wind, and that was sort of just like the very like embryonic idea I had for it in 2020 when I didn't really have the ability to build. And then after I made that thing I was talking about much earlier with Seismic, the end screen, like the I really like the atmosphere of it, and I was like, maybe I should try doing this idea I had a while ago. That sort of fits very well with what this is. So that's what I did here. That's what this level is. It's basically just that idea. It took a really, really long time for me to make this level because I just got burnt out so much making it. And I was like, I'm never finishing this. This is not happening. I like took a million breaks to work on other stuff, like Dumbwaiter, which I played, and Swarm. I think I played here. And yeah, this is, I don't know, it's a cool level. I don't think it's anything too substantial, but I know a lot of people like it. I know a lot of people like the gameplay. It's probably like my most standard level. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too much to say about this one. I think I could have maybe done the intensity a bit better. The shakes are a bit like over the top for the song. Like I remember the shakes in this part were like 9 or something, or like 10 initially, which was so stupid. I showed it to my mom, and she was like, I think she genuinely thought I had like a disability where I thought the song was way more intense than I actually was, because I was imagining the song to be like more intense to fit the level. Something like that. It's been a while, so I don't actually remember, but I feel like I remember an interaction like that, which was super awkward. I tone it down, obviously, because yeah, no, it's not that intense. And then you gotta, for the coin here, you like hit, I don't remember exactly what you do. I think you skip this, yeah, and you do that. No, wait, what do you do? I forgot. Oh, you did that! Right, okay, yeah. This part is one that's, like, I've heard it's much harder than everything else. Yeah, it's stupidly intense. It's, like, way harder than everything else in the level. And I feel like it's purely because of just how much visual clutter there is, unfortunately. I should have nerfed it, but it just didn't really occur to me. Because in the original layout, it wasn't that bad. Speaking of, this is a level that went through, like, so many iterations. Like, I made so much, like, way more changes to, like, early parts, as well as, like, the gameplay also. Just while making it, more than any other level. I can show, like, maybe, like, an early version of the layout. I don't need a VTuber model, bro. But thank you for offering. No, it's okay. I don't know which one is harder. It's a huge difficulty spec. The wave is also really stupidly difficult. Yeah, that'd be cool if it did. It's okay. I'm good. Yeah, I don't know if I have much. Oh, you're right. I was gonna show the layout. I was gonna show the original layout because there's a lot of differences. What? Really? No, I think they're a genuine salesperson. Yeah, I'll do a Redeemer next, I think. And then Amalankia last, I guess. So there's like a lot. Yeah, it's very different in the final level. Like you don't fall down here. It's just like basic. Oh yeah, this is different, I think. I can move that. There's no like gravity switch thing there. Yeah. It's very elaborate for like a YouTube scam bot, I feel. Oh yeah, and there's like high CPS stuff here. Yeah, I'm glad I switched that out. And this bit's the most different because it didn't have the wave initially. This like spider gameplay was. I'd never do this anymore. Like this is some like 2017 ass gameplay with this dashboard here. We don't do that now. That's not it. Yeah, this is wave in the final level instead. And the ship might be easier in this version. I don't actually don't remember. remember too well. Yeah, it's like structured differently, I guess. That's not too different. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah, so I'll do Redeemer, I think. Actually, no, should I do Amalankia or Redeemer? Yeah. Yeah, that wave is a lot better. Redeemer? Okay. So this is SendDB is what allows you to see sends. So Redeemer is, I had sort of the ideas for it like while I was working on Amalankia, but I wasn't super sure how I wanted to execute it. Is another one sort of like Monheim where it could fit like a lot of songs. I talked about it a little bit, where I originally wanted to use a Godspeed song, Motherfucker Redeemer, specifically like the continued section. But I also considered the start also, like the first 10 minutes. But I just wasn't confident enough to use a Nong at the time, so I just spent a lot of time looking for a song on Newgrounds that sort of fit what I wanted instead, which I think maybe hurt the level a little bit, but no. I think this song is still solid, but the main issue is, well, there's two issues actually. The first being that I'm sort of encroaching on the story the song's trying to tell, which feels pretty bad. I sort of hurt it in that respect, which I feel pretty bad about. I didn't really know about the depth of the song going into it. I just kind of assumed it was just a random song on Newgrounds, which I shouldn't have done. I didn't even know I had lyrics, like the real version of it had lyrics, until I was like halfway done with the level, like a quarter of the way done with the level. Let's see what else. I sort of knew that I wanted there to be the progression of right, like you have sort of like an environment, like a city. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I feel like it's good to do your own thing. That's sort of what I did with Monheim, where I'm doing, my concept is my own thing and the concept of the song simultaneously. I guess it's a bit different with Sleep because it's a bit more vague compared to The Sailor, which is something I didn't realize at the time of building Redeemer. But I don't know. I guess, but it's good to have your own interpretation of it, but like I felt like just retrospectively, I feel like I was encroaching on this too much. And also the other thing I want to mention is that the first quarter of the level I feel like doesn't match the tone of the Sailor too well. I think the song I wanted to use originally has a much more darker tone and sort of like a more. It's not to the point where it's like something bad's gonna happen, guys, but it's still like a bit more like dim. Whereas the Sailor is like super happy, overly joyous for the first quarter, which I don't know. How did you come up with the gameplay in the level? I don't know. I just sort of build like what I think works nicely. I don't know. I just like sort of figure out how different gimmicks work, and I just like put them together in a way that feels cool. I don't know. The song originally was Motherfucker Redeemer by Godspeed, which is like a 30-minute song. It's split up in 2 parts on streaming, I think. I was going to use the second part. I was saying something, I forgot what. Oh, the gameplay. Yeah, I don't know, it's just something I sort of like, and show some of my old layouts, I guess, where I just sort of learned how to do some stuff until I got to a point where I was like sort of comfortable using like weird, I guess, if you want to call it weird, gimmicks in like sort of a clean way, because it was a bit more clunky at the start. If I can find where the hell there's like one I'm thinking of. Yeah, we got this one. This is one of my earlier attempts sort of trying to do stuff like this, and it's a bit clunkier in this. Like, it doesn't really flow together well. I still don't, like, there's a lot of things in here I would like never ever do now, but I think it's still okay, because I talked about this a little bit before, in that it's good to just make stuff, even if it's not good. Like, you're still gonna hone your craft making stuff, right? There's no shame in making something that's not good. In my opinion, at least. So long as you're trying something new, like, there's no harm in it. Some of the stuff I think is pretty like obviously Devon inspired, which is something I saw a fair amount about on stuff like Exhaust, because I think I was pulling from Devon a bit more during that time. Started with the like hold to disable type of thing. Similar also. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's neat. Do you consciously make 50 to 58 20 times harder than the rest? No, I didn't mean to. Hey, Ludwig. Home Depot circles. Have I listened to the entirety? Yeah, I've heard the whole song. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's play Redeemer. So a lot of this, like in the first section, there's going to be a lot of issues because it's like not fully fitting the tone of the song, the tonal level. I mean. So you get this sort of like dreary, like cityscape onto like a very happy song, which is a shame, but it's too late to do anything about. I'm not gonna rebuild the whole level to a new song. That's just ridiculous. This part was inspired by, again, by the Talos Principle, or the Talos Principle 2. Some of the architecture. It was also there was like a tree I saw at this like restaurant. Or it's not a restaurant, but like a, I don't really know how to describe it. Just like a cheese shop, I guess. That had like a pond next to it and had some really nice trees, and I sort of try to borrow that from it. You really liked it, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. Taz, I'm so excited for your question. Okay, so I was only really able to stay motivated after I had finished Amelanchier. Like, making Amelanchier was like Sisyphean. Like, legitimately, it was so bad for me mentally. I mean, on top of that, it was just like a bad year for me in general. But, like, oh my god, the concept of, like, making a 5-minute level felt so hard at the time. But after I did that, I was like, okay, I can do that. Like, I can make a 5-minute level. I can make a 7-minute level. If I can do a 5-minute level, I can do a 7-minute level. Like, it's not that much longer. And because of that, Redeemer was pretty easy. Which is good. Okay, Taz, I'm really scared of your question. Yeah, no, everyone says Amelanchier wrong. They say Amelanchier. It's funny. Okay, $1 penny or a minute that doubles every $10 million. A minute that doubles? I don't think anyone would pay for that. I think it would just be like a minute. Like, I don't think anyone's putting any time into that. I mean, what do you gain for that? You just sort of like offset how we view time. I think that would just be an inconvenience, no? Like, we just like make it so we're in a minute for longer. I'll just take the $1 penny. That was pretty cool. I don't know if I have much more to say about this part. This is one that I sort of like changed a lot after I made it. Like the colors and stuff took a lot of tweaking. This part I really like the gameplay in, because it's probably the most puzzly out of any part. There's like the really big long fake later in it. I think the parallax is pretty well done. I think it's probably my most detailed part in any level. I don't know. It's up there. There's also, I barely see anyone talk about this in terms of like the narrative of the level, but there's some stuff here with like the footprints going out the broken window. Like that's a pretty big part of the level's story, which I haven't really seen many people talk about. Yeah, there's like the big fake here where you can go up, but you have to go down, which I'm pretty proud of. There's also the horrible choke point there. I went over it. I can talk about that. It used to not be like that at all. Wait, where is it? It's like ahead. Yeah. Wait, no, this is not it. Where is it? Yeah, here. It used to not be like this at all. It was so easy before, but for some reason I just like decided to make it like this, which is so dumb. So like now everyone dies to it like half the time they get here, which is pretty sad. I'm just going right now. Yeah, I'm glad like doing practice runs of it is fun, because I worry that like having like a learning experience could make it a bit annoying, but I don't know. I like it being sort of puzzly. I think that makes it much more enjoyable. Hardest click, yeah. This part's also very good. There's also an homage to, you see here, motherfucker equals MF equals, right? That's the song. That's the song I was gonna originally use. And there's also the calendar, because it's you know the day. It's the big day, guys. They see everywhere in the level. This one's also a really good puzzle, I think. Yeah, no, I really like doing the learning gameplay, but I worry that it might be a bit annoying for some. Okay, I don't actually worry that much, but yeah, I think about it sometimes. Yeah. Alright, I put J blocks here. Why did I do that? That was dumb. Whoa. You can die like that? Also, another reason I didn't put foregrounds in Monheim is because there's so many times in this level where it just like blocks the gameplay, and it's stupid. Like right here you can see the foreground is blocking the platform that moves in the way, which is pretty dumb. So it's just a reason I avoided foregrounds pretty much entirely in that level. There are J blocks there. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. It was dumb. This part's pretty great. We're going for the coin, guys. Wait, actually, hold on. I want to show 2 Easter eggs here. It might take a bit, but there's some random trigger. It's not Montheim. It's Monheim. Yeah, I'll make that VOD public, don't worry. By hidden. Sorry, I was gonna respond to something, but I forgot what. This background is just like a particle object, and if you're talking about like the parallax, I actually did parallax a bit weird. At the time I used like follow. I had like a bunch of objects following the player X, like using follow player. It was like really weird. I don't know how to describe it. It was like overly complicated. But the way you're supposed to do it is just with a move trigger with follow camera X and follow camera Y. And then you like tweak the values on the thing to make sense. Bye bye. And the particle backgrounds, I don't know, I just like play around with them until they look cool. I'm not gonna go for the Easter eggs because it's just gonna be me like grinding at times. This part is sort of repurposed from like a deco experiment I did using a natural snow building song, like Devil's Fork. I wanted to do a bit more with the skeletal remains to like maybe make the story a bit more obvious, but I think it's fine as is. I thought it was a bit hard to like make the story so that's not like too on the nose, but also not too just like hidden that it's like, what does it mean, guys? I don't get it. But I think it's okay for it to be a bit hidden. That's sort of why I leaned into it more for Monheim compared to this one. Oh yeah, I remember this one like gets everyone. Like they never realize that you can go up there. I try to make these arrows so obvious, but still no one pays attention to them. This part actually used to be the hardest part of the level before I nerfed it. This like ship gameplay, because it used to all be just like straight fly. Yeah, you can see the blueprints for the guys in the background. Just make sure. I am ungloved, yeah. That's fair. Yeah, Devil's Work. Oh my god, yeah, I love it. You know, Devil's Work. Amazing song. I can maybe pull that up after this. Yeah, I still really struggle with this part, even if it's... I heard someone say it was like the easiest part of the level, which is kind of wild to me. I feel like it's not that. I don't know. This is probably one of the best parts in any of my levels ever, I think. I'm really proud of how this turned out. And a lot of it was just kind of a fluke, because just getting it all layered like that, I feel like I didn't really spend much time doing, but it worked out really nicely. Which, thank God, bro, because if I had to like actually like bang my head against the wall to get it to look nice, that would be such a headache, but it turned out fine pretty easily, so it's good. Yeah, the idea is that they're all artificial except for the big one. The Redeemer, you could say. Well, that's what the level says also, but. Yeah, this is also the build-up that has like the horrible coin in it with like the quad jump. That was like half my deaths when verifying. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, foreground again, blocking the way. Like we don't need that. Like. I guess I don't have too much to say about this part. It took a bit to figure out the structuring. I kind of struggled on that front. I think it looks good. It's something I knew I wanted to do very early, but it's something I even like prototyped in like level swaps and stuff. I remember, but it was very different then. Who's here? Wow. And then this is also a pretty hard part. I think the colors could be maybe a bit better, but I think for the most part they're good. Wow, I can't do it. There we go. I can't do it, guys. There we go. I suck. I'm actually so bad at this game. Okay, there we go. Dude. Okay. Yeah, I could have maybe done a bit more in the background, but I was really worried that if I did have more going on, then it would look a bit too, like, grounded. I wanted to make it very clear that you were, like, in the air by this point. The ship is easier than the slow ship? No. Thank you. Yeah, I think I got good at chick triggers. Better than my earlier levels. I did hear the lyrics, yeah. It was after I had built a good chunk of the level though already, so they didn't influence the level too much. Yo, Ludwig's here. As the randomized orb. The only reason it's randomized is because I had it as both a black orb and a red orb at one point, like when I was just building the level. Like I had it as them, like normally, and I couldn't decide which one I liked better, so I just made it random, just which one it can be. I think black orb is slightly more common, but it's only like marginally. I don't remember the odds specifically, but I think it's like 55-45, or like 60-40, something like that. But it's only giving me black orb this time, so I guess it's 100% black orb. I'm very proud of that transition. That's probably one of the best parts of the level, in my opinion. I wanted to revisit the Endor part that you saw earlier. There's also the Godspeed reference here. With the thing here. I'm glad people got that. I was worried I didn't do it like accurately enough, but a bunch of people got it, which I'm glad. Yeah, you can just skip the orb. I don't have too much to say about this part. I originally did not like it at all when I first made it, but it's grown on me quite a bit. This is another spot that's like very inspired by Portal 2. I don't know how, I haven't talked about Portal 2 much this whole time, but it had a huge influence on me. Because I just played it when I was so young that it just sort of informed everything about me. Just like the environment. Well, it's like Portal in general, not just Portal 2. Like a lot of community maps as well. Especially for me, because I don't know. I don't really have a particular reason, but they just really drew me in. And you can sort of see some influence here. Like, yeah. And also here is pretty inspired by some of the earlier sections in Portal 2, when it's like in the overgrown area. This was actually bugged at release. There was like a visual error where like the pipes weren't layered correctly. And I was super embarrassed about it. It got into the Vibrant showcase and I'm so sad about it because it like makes the part look so ugly. I fixed it in this version, but it's still like damn. I think it's pretty nice. I'm very proud of like how I did the decoration like in the later parts of this level. I think it's definitely my best decoration. I think Monheim is a better level, but it's more stripped back, so I never really had the opportunity to like really go all out on the deco front, which I didn't think was particularly necessary for Monheim. I didn't want it to be very overly decorated, but I think it's cool that I got the chance to do it here. I think it's done pretty well. This is another part that's inspired by natural snow buildings, inspired by Slaves for the Afterlife, which is from the same album as Devil's Fork. Sort of in like the latter half of the song, you get this like very, very like airy, like groove type thing. I don't really know how to describe it. It's very unique, and it really, really like one of the best parts of the album. Very evocative, and I try to sort of like take inspo from right here. I can't remember if this is the same like generator design I used in Imlank here. It might be. It's been a bit. One of my friends who beat this level died in like an insane way here. If I can go back. No, I missed it. Yeah, here. They like clicked really early to the point where they like clipped into the block on this spider. I can't replicate it, but they like landed here. I don't know if my cursor shows up, but yeah, I don't know. Call that menacing giant a goober. Wow. Yeah, I was Alvaro. Yeah. Okay. This is another thing I was pretty proud of. Like when I heard the swell here, I was like, oh, I should do a big guy right there. Well, not big, but you know, like big in the sense that it's close to the screen. Yeah. And I knew pretty early I wanted it to be like a free mode ship duel here, because I like when 2.2 came out, I loved doing those like initially, like with the free mode, so I kind of wanted to do something like that. It only works with new ship physics. I'm sorry, guys. I know people like old ship physics, but it only works with new. So I'm sorry, guys. Also, I know about the skip in this part. I know you can go in the center. Please stop telling me about that, guys. I've heard it like 20 times, maybe. Like, I get it. It's okay. It's okay. That's an end level. Like, it's fine. I don't really have much to talk about with the transition. I think I maybe could have done it a bit better with the scale. Like, I think when it like zooms in on it, it maybe loses a bit of scale, but I think it's fine for the most part. Oh yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I wanted to like turn the volume of the song down for that little like swell there right at the transition, but I think it's good. I think it's good that it's a bit of a jump scare. I thought people would be like thinking it was obnoxious, but I think it's fine. Yeah. I think another thing I could have done a bit better with the transition is like making it more obvious that the Redeemer is like breaking apart, like the little bits of stone are like, you know, cracking and opening up to reveal like the big light, the big sunlight. I know a lot of people have died here, by the way. That would have been cool, actually, yeah. But I think it would probably be too obvious. And also, I worry that it would be like, I don't know. I don't like having fake percentages for my level, even if it would be really cool. But yeah, that's it. The giants, well, the sort of symbolism for them I had for a while. I don't really remember what the impetus was for them specifically. They are meant to be very representative of something. Like all the all the different things going on this level. It's not something I want to explain. I feel like it's more fun if people figure it out on their own. But yeah, it's, I guess some direction there is that the original song I was using, or going to use, the Godspeed song, is about something similar. I don't know if I have anything else to talk about with Redeemer. Oh, I guess I can show off Devil's Fork since I brought it up. It's just like a little deco thing I did. This is where the section comes in. No, this isn't new. This is where I made the thing for like the radars, you see? This is where I like made them initially, and then I sort of repurposed them into Redeemer. Okay, I just have one left, right? Yeah, I'm like here. I guess before I get into it, do you guys have any more questions with Redeemer before I pivot? There's not much I can think of, like, off the top of my head. There was, like, I think there was more I wanted to say about it, but I can't remember exactly what. And it's just, I guess, a big chunk of it is just stuff I've already said about my other levels. Like, they were, like, some of the inspirations, just, like, dreams and stuff. Places I've visited, games I've played. My favorite part I've ever made is... Even though Monheim's my favorite level I made, I think my favorite part I've made is the part where the structures start floating in Redeemer. I was playing Raft with my friend when Redeemer got raided, and I was like, damn, I got raided. And we went back to playing Raft. Redeemer started, I think, 10 months? It started in August. Yeah, 10 months. I'm not working on any levels right now. I don't remember where specifically I got the idea from. I just knew I wanted to do something with large statues at some point. I don't remember when exactly, but it was a while. It was like 2023. Like before 2.2 was even out. Yeah. Monheim took 6 months. Here, wait, I need to play some random wave mix. Really quick, guys. Damn. Okay, we're gonna get 10. This was sounds. Okay, damn. It's not gonna happen. Okay. I think I'm gonna do MLN here next. I think I'm ready. Unless you guys have anything else to say. Specifically, that's saying I find. Yeah, dude, I'm making my own random wave mix. It has my awesome picks like Haymaker and M7M7M, and the world caves in. Oh yeah, we got this one. This funny ass wave, dude. This is fake, dude. The hitboxes on this are really funny. If you guys are unaware of the catastrophic fake, got that. I've talked about Swarm, yeah. The only level I haven't talked about is Amalankir. A Kun collab. I'm not doing any. I've not done a. Or I guess I have done a Kun collab. A Kun collab, but there's not gonna be one happening. What is Destroyer? Oh yeah, the famous demon level Daniel. We all know about Daniel. Okay, time for Amalek here. Okay, so this level was the hardest one for me to make easily, because I just wasn't like super good at making long levels by this point. A random wave makes my... Wait, what? Oh my god, I'm not original. Yeah, Daniel's a classic. We all love Daniel. I talked about Seismic, yeah. So I had this idea sitting like in 2.1 for like a long time, but I knew I wanted to wait until 2.2 to work on it because it would just make it so much easier. And also, same reason as like the whole like, oh, I don't want to work on it in 2.1 because the update is going to come out and make it outdated or whatever, right? That I was so worried about. So I just sort of sat on listening to this song for like 6 months and building up ideas for it until I was sort of comfortable with something. And I think this is pretty representative of all the original ideas I had for it. It's probably the level I had planned out the most before going into it, more so than any other level, just because I had so much time to workshop it. I was actually originally going to use a different part of the song initially. I don't know if I can pull up the thing. I think you guys can probably hear it. If I pull it, I can't pull it up. Please let me pull it up. There we go. I was originally going to use the start of the song, which doesn't really have much to build gameplay to. It's pretty like simple. So I just switched it to the second half because it has generally like the same energy, but with more of a melody, so I could actually like make it so if you click, it'll sync to something, which I prefer. I know you don't have to make gameplay that syncs, but I really struggle with it personally, and I didn't want to have to. If I'm already going to be pushing myself by making a 5-minute level, I don't want to push myself in regards to making gameplay that can't sync to anything. That would just be too hard on my psyche, especially at the time. So I used that half instead. It was originally going to be 6 minutes. I was originally going to have another 40-second section beforehand, but I didn't really like it that much. It was just too slow and boring, so I just had it start here instead. Oops, I have hitboxes on. The biggest issue with this level is I did the parallax wrong. It only works on the x-axis, not the y, which is pretty ugly at some points. But whatever. It really hurts the sense of scale, which is a shame. But I was really proud of the gradient power lines here. We have the gradients connecting one end of the power line to another. I guess you can't see it. It's connected to a block, but yeah, here. But then I saw, what was that level? I think Inside, or no. It's like others, whatever the Inside remake level was, like the platformer, did something like this, and I was like, damn, I'm not original. Not a single original thought. But it's okay. And this level has a really stupid coin where you gotta take like 9 coin routes to get 1 coin. I guess I can show those off. There's an alternate path. I missed it. It's like here, yeah. I also did a lot of weird stuff here where I did like the water splashing, which is pretty cool. Gotta get the fuse box. I think hamburgers. I've actually never had a hamburger. I've only had cheeseburgers. So I guess I like cheeseburgers more. Yeah, it has 9 coins for like no reason. Some like platinum adventure ass. Like, what are we doing? I'm so surprised how many victors like actually went for the coin. Like, I'm sorry, you're stupid if you go for the coin. Like, I know it's like novel and cool and stuff, but like, don't go for the coin. Like, it makes the level so much more insufferable. I'll check out destroy him. Yeah. Oh yeah, this idea where it like transitions into night was gonna be a much more of like a central like theme of the level, but it's just sort of like a little thing snuck into this part where you see it, the blocks sort of turn dark as the sun sets. It's gonna be a lot more gradual, but I thought it was just a bit of a hassle and not really. It sort of like prevented me from doing other stuff, so it's good that I just sort of made it a small little thing. Yeah, it's a bit boring to play from zero again because the gameplay is kind of from the first half. The church here is inspired by the one from my school because I saw it like in class and I was like, oh, I could do something that would fit. Like, I guess that goes for a lot of structures in my levels. A lot of them are just like based on just places in real life that I think just like look cool. I could put in there. I'm proud of the birds. Pretty cool. I reused them a bit in Redeemer. Yo, I forgot to put them in Monheim. Oh my god, I said I was gonna put them in Monheim, but I forgot. Yeah, they're super NPC, but I didn't know how to do keyframes that well. I still don't, really, but it's fine. I'll take the coin right here. I shouldn't have put indicators in this part. That was really stupid of me. I should have done like the... Like I could have made the blocks that you have to actually go. Like where you have to go look a bit different. So I have some of my sentences are like incoherent. I like look at chat like halfway through a sentence and I like forget what I'm saying. This part is also one of my favorite parts in any level. I think it looks very good despite the issues with the parallax. I reused the rain effect in Monheim where it like automatically like, does like a splash if it collides with a block. I don't know how much you can see it. I went back too far. Well, I made it different enough where you're not gonna... You're good. Okay, the rain just isn't here. Whatever, you got the idea. Yeah. It splashes when there's collision blocks, so it splashes when it hits a block. And it goes like, yeah, it goes back up and does it again. I'm gonna use that in Monheim again, because I'm kind of underutilized it in this level. These corridors here are, again, inspired by Portal. Just in the section right before the final boss. I really like that particular area. Yeah, the symbol, yeah. That's sort of another reason where, or like another instance the Amelanchier theming comes in, because they're like meant to be a Amelanchier berry. Oh, I forgot to mention something with the placards. I forgot where specifically it was. No, it was on here. Where is it? Like you see all these placards with like the no water thing on it, and then you know, there's obviously water pouring everywhere. All those sprinklers are on. They're all messed up. Get some foreshadowing that something's gone terribly wrong. Oh yeah, here. I went past it. Yeah, you see the water, the no water thing, like fell off and is floating in the water. I don't know if anyone's noticed that, but I thought it was a fun touch. Some elements of this were inspired by a dream I had when I was really little. Like the crusher things are sort of derived from that, where I went down in like a forest into like this big like sewer factory thing. I don't really know how to describe it. It's something I've always really wanted to recreate in a level, but I've never gotten the chance to. It was a very cool dream. I remember on the GDDL, this level got listed as swing carried for a bit because of this part, which is so funny to me because there's indicators. Like, there shouldn't be indicators. These indicators are dumb. But regardless, it still got called swing carried, which is so funny to me. The TVs with the static are inspired by the song by Godspeed, Static. The early like the first like 4 minutes of the song. I forgot what, I think it's just called Terrible Canyons of Static, that section. But it sort of influenced this part. Yeah, no, there shouldn't be any indicators in this level. Aside from the UFO part coming up, I don't think the indicators are necessary. Yeah. Still probably the best transition in any of my levels, I think. And this is like a part I had the idea for pretty early. I wanted there to be sort of like a bit of like a weird collage of like signs and stuff that are like freaking out. I didn't make them freak out too much. I could have maybe done a bit more with that, but I didn't want it to feel like I was over representing the intensity of the song again. I already feel like I was maybe encroaching on that a little, so I didn't want to go any further. This part used to lag so bad because I used like area, move, and rotate stuff on like every like block in the thing, which is pretty stupid, but it's fine. That transition actually took me a while to do, even though it's like pretty simple. I just couldn't get it to look right. This is where I sort of repurposed that idea I think I showed off from the layout of Observer, where you're like going through the sewers, like the 3 block by 3 block thing, since I never got a chance to like actually put it in the level. I wanted to use it in something, since I thought it was just like a cool idea. The statue in the background looks pretty bad, and it took me like maybe like 6 hours to make, which is like pretty embarrassing. This part's pretty good though, aside from that though, I think. I like the garages. I like how, as the song sort of descends, you sort of descend into the buildings. That's another element of this I'm pretty proud of. I feel like I did this right, where it sort of returns to this little section here from the swing copter to sort of indicate you're going back. You're going back to normal. we're going back to the real world, guys. I don't know. I think this part's good. I think it's probably the most like me style part. Like if there was just like a broad generalization of my style, it would be this part, I think. Which is good, I think. I say sort of negatively, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's another part I had the idea for pretty early, which is like a sort of Portal 2 inspired like chamber thing off in the background. I could have maybe done the scale a bit better by having them move slower, but I think it's good. And then the jump scare, also an idea I had pretty early, where it was like it's gonna get more visually obscured as it goes on, as you sort of like come out of this sort of like dream state. Which again, this is, I talked about it before, that this is my most like dream inspired level, so I sort of wanted to be a bit like going in and out of a dream. it's sort of paying homage to a lot of the dreams I had. So that's sort of like the main theming of the level. I think I know someone who died like at that last triple, which is really funny to me. Yeah, Forgotten Metropolis is great. Yeah, this was really early 2.2, so I didn't really know how the community would feel about Swing at the time. But I think by this point it's been long enough where it's just another game mode. Okay. Well, that's all the levels. So I'm probably going to end soon. But if you guys have any more questions, you can ask. I'll try to answer. What are buddies playing? What's Hawks playing? Oh. I don't know who Auto Ow is. Auto Gold. Yeah, I wouldn't want to decorate someone else's gameplay if it's just like a full. I make the gameplay, you make the deco. That's not. I don't want to do that. My technique for getting somebody. I'm not super involved in it. I think it's just like people see it. You should just build up, an audience, I guess. Yeah, I know. It has a lyrics version. Yeah, I'm not huge on collabs. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna give it like one more minute just in case there's any more questions, and then I'm probably gonna end. I think the mixing on the lyrics version is a bit weird, but no, I'm not gonna make any levels with Storm. There's already like 2 different levels that use different parts of the song. I don't like directly send mods my stuff. A lot of them, I think, just over time just know that I exist. I'm friends with some mods. And they just find it, mostly. Thank you. I don't know what else I would stream, but yeah. Earth. No, there's already an Earth Mover level. It's not. I know it's a bit of a divisive level, but it already exists, so I kind of don't want to take away from it. That's not how it works. I don't think that would be taking away from it, but I don't know. I'm on the fence on how I feel about making levels using nongs that are already in other levels, or just songs in general. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's okay if other people do it, but for some reason I'm just like skeptical of doing it myself. I'm doing it. I have 2 Discords. I guess just my main one is HHXA23. I've had a lot of ideas with different songs, but I don't know if I'm gonna make anything with them, because I'm just not gonna have much time too soon. Thank you, Thistix. Oh wait, can I get a question from Dev? Okay, yeah, Dev asked about like the machinery and the levels. I'm not super familiar on how a lot of machinery works, so it's very surface level in my levels, so it's not like super complicated or anything. Okay, so I guess some of the things I've like had ideas for that I'm probably never gonna build. I can just list off songs. The commercial "Nude" by Sprain. Probably not gonna do anything with that. Bring the Song by Swans. I already showed that one off. Vestigial by One Tricks Point Never, as well as Still Life by One Tricks Point Never. I had ideas for those, but I don't know if I want to do them. Vestigial, maybe Vestigial. I was thinking some like ambient stuff. I could do something with that, like maybe like a Tim Hecker, like Radio More song or something. What are some other ones? Some like C418 songs, like from Excursions. Also, I had ideas for it at some point. Or some others. I had ideas for some Death Grips songs at some point, but none of them felt like fleshed out for me to want to go through them. Like the ending of Steroids, like the last like 4 or 5 minutes of that song, I had ideas for, but I don't know. I use SendDB to see the sends. Yeah. Skywalker 14 was like a huge influence for me. Like easily, like wipes all competition easily. Skywalker 14, huge influence, dude. Like actually the GOAT, dude. I think if I had an other, because I know I had way more song ideas, but I never really. Yeah, not Guillotine. I wouldn't make a Guillotine level. I'm not actually huge on Guillotine. It's called the issue for system. This message is held for review. It's just holding anything, dude. Quickspace. I've never heard of it. Is Memory Leak possible? Yeah, it should be. I'm not like super involved with it, but it should be possible. Yeah. It was possible on the old version too. It just worked a bit differently. I'm not too sure what the difference is, but I think it's like a randomized code now instead of a. Where's the showcase for the Bring the Sun level? I can play through that, I guess. It's not getting finished, but I can play the level, or like the layout of it. My favorite level is The Limit by Skywalker 14. Yeah, I also made like a thing to ring a bell, but it was kind of stupid, so I didn't really go anywhere with it. It's just a layout, but I made this in 2025, like a couple months after I finished Redeemer, but I didn't really have motivation to decorate it because I talked about it a little bit already, but it just felt like it was regurgitating stuff I've already done. With the robot, yeah. Can do some fun stuff with that. I was doing that a bit in that like Apophis layout. I was showing off a little bit of. A lot of ideas that I had for this just sort of got redone and repurposed in how do you this right in Monheim, and done much better too. I think, like, you'll see some of the gameplays in some of the later parts might be a bit reminiscent of the red ship. I'm just gonna go into no clip, bro. I don't. I might do that, but the issue is like most of them use nongs, and I don't really know how to like make them accessible. Like I would put them on jukebox if I could, but I don't really know how that works. Oops. It's probably like the quirkiest gameplay I made. There's a lot of weird stuff. It was cool, but and another thing that I thought was maybe getting a bit redundant. I think it's fine in just like layouts, but I was maybe feeling a bit sick of it in just like my full levels, like the super quirky stuff. Thank you. Yeah, that's another one I thought of, like Moya, or just like the whole EP, like Slow Riot, could be interesting. No, I'm not gonna decorate this. This is old. This is just stuff that got repurposed into Monheim. Super zoomed out. It gets super zoomed out in the later bits. Got the UFO thing there. You can see a bit of in Monheim, but done better in Monheim, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too much to say about this level. I think it doesn't play that great. I think there's some parts, like this part's nice, but some parts feel really clunky, so I don't really like them that much. Yeah, I don't know like where I'm gonna go with creating, because like I'm just not gonna have much time to create in college. I might make more like small projects, but you know. Like if there's another demon time, I might participate in that. I think that could be cool. This is the ship part, which sort of built on in the red ship in Monheim. I might. It's just like with the, I don't know, like the nongs and stuff. I don't know where to put the nongs, like so people can download them. That's not where to go. Yeah, it'll probably be my last Tears level. Originally, like, Redeemer was gonna be, but then I was like, like, not long after. Which is why I started working on this layout, and then later Monheim. Yeah. I mean, it's cool. I like that. I usually just sort of make levels for myself. They're not really meant to be tailored for like other tastes, but like I do appreciate when other people like the level. I think it's cool to see. It's okay if they don't. Like, I don't mind that much. But it's still cool to see. Oops. That's not where you go. Whatever. Monheim is the name for the section of that song that is used at the start. I chose Sleep because I just thought it was... I don't know, I guess I didn't really have any specific reason. I just felt like the right place to go. I explained it a bit earlier, but I don't know, it just seemed right. It just fit everything I wanted to communicate, everything I wanted to build, everything I wanted to convey. I don't know, it just seemed right. It was also like a good length, like 20 minutes. Because there's not many 20-minute songs. Thank you. Like Amalekir and Redeemer, yeah. Or... Oh, Destroyer, I see. Yeah. The level will be really annoying to play. Like, Monheim would be really annoying to play from zero if you had the monologue at the start, because you have to do the monologue and then like 3 minutes of like string section with like barely anything going on. It would be cool, but it would just be such a drag because it would take like 7 minutes for the song to even get started, like with the real like meat of it. Yeah, this is just a red ship. The idea was that it would be like the red ship, but with like the sun background, like a more intense version of the sun background that you see in Monheim. Yeah. I wonder where the ideas for this went. No, I have not seen that. It uses new ship physics. And the idea was that this would be sort of like broken or like bombed buildings. An idea I had with including the monologue was maybe like if you wait in the end screen for like 2 minutes or something, it would play there. But I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that or not. Thank you. Yeah, I usually plan most of the level out before I start building it. I don't plan out like all the details, but generally. The layout took me like 3 months to make. Why did I choose to end Monheim in the way I did? Like what specifically? Oh yeah, the last jump. Yeah, the like what specific thing about Monheim? Oh, I talked about it a little bit. It just felt like the right way for it to progress because I felt like you can only reach so much. It sort of plateaus the intensity if you just have like normally structured things. You kind of have to break it up a bit for it to really develop anymore. Plus, the song has like a breakdown where you see like all the melody sort of pivots and you have all these instruments and feedback and stuff. It just it just seemed right, in my opinion at least. I can just watch a video of it. Like, wait, which one is it? Yeah, which one is it? Not this one. Yeah, I can just favorite it. I'll come back to it later. Yeah. There's people on Monheim. What? Alexander the Best. That's a good username. My favorite Swans album is The Glowing Man, but it might change. It might change with Newly Sentient Being. Because I saw that set list in San Francisco, and it was so good. And usually the set lists just get better as the tour goes on, and they're using the Berlin show, which is the final tour of that. Sorry, the final show of that tour. Yeah, it's really funny when people count to 60 and that. I mean, it works for them, so I guess it doesn't hurt. But yeah, I just like you just go on the 4th cello hit, not hit, but you know what I mean. In 2023. Oh, on the Beggar tour, dude. How did you see him? Like what month? 2023. Oh, dude. Like they played Ebbing, they played Birding, they played the Beggar. Like holy, dude, holy stacked. That's sick, dude. Soundtracks, man. Like what month was it? Because I know, like some early versions of the Beggar were a bit different. September. Yeah, September had like a pretty good version of the Beggar, I think. And Birding, you had like the leaving me, like the little ambient section on the wing. It was so good, dude. That would have been so cool to see. I kind of wish I was like more into the band by then, or even like 2020. I could have seen them in 2024 because I listened to them then. I mean, I still listen to them in 2023, but I just wasn't super into them. Yeah, 2025's set list though is, in my opinion, more stacked, and that's not just because I saw them in that year. Money Time, that's all you do. I think the craziest set list to see though would be like 2017. Like if I had a time machine, that's probably where I would go. Because like you got the Knot, you got Screenshot, you got like a 50-minute Cloud of Unknowing. Dude, I love that version of Cloud of Unknowing, dude. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to get the vinyl because I'm gonna move by then. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna deliver it to myself. Because I don't know what dorm I'm going to be in. Swans might be my favorite band, I'm not sure. Money time. I don't know where the tea comes from. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this Cloud of Unknowing is so good. I listened to a little bit of it. It's something I want to explore a bit more. Screenshot. Yeah, I have. Thank you. Dude, it hold lift your skinny fist like antennas of heaven. Like, what is this auto mod, bro? It says I have auto mod off, but it held that. Like, what? I haven't listened to Filth entirely. Cop is good. I like Cop more than Filth, which is why I listen to it in full. Greed and Holy Money I'm not huge on. And The Burning World I haven't really listened to much. Cop is underrated, though. It's such a dark odyssey. Hey, wait a minute. I just think you can get really cool progression with long levels that are sort of unobtainable with short levels, which is what sort of motivates me in large part. Dude, someone said that like newly sentient being got leaked, and I'm like, they like dipped like right after. And I was like, where are they? Wait. It was you. You said you said it was leaked, right? It was you. Drop that. I want to hear it. Like, I'm trying to listen to newly sentient being, man. Yeah, Cop is good. Yeah, I still have to listen to Love of Life. Yeah, I've thought about making a natural snowboarding level. You're joking? No! Dude, you had me hyped for like 2 hours, dude. That's messed up. Bro. That's not nice. Yeah, I'm sure. For like the themes, it's only like the recent two that are like necessarily trying to communicate a theme. I guess that's not really how you use theme, but thematically they're mainly just meant to be just me putting into some piece or form what I really, really like just in art in general, as well as just like things I like in the real world and stuff. I don't know, just like environments I like. It's meant to sort of just pay homage to that. Aside from like the actual themes being communicated in these levels, I haven't listened to Ants from Up There. That's one of the ones I've been meaning to listen to for like 3 years, but I just haven't, or 2, I don't know, whatever. No, even like the stuff that people say are like one of their like less good albums, I still really, really like. It's just a band that doesn't really miss that much. Yeah, I know I gotta hear it. I've heard Basketball Shoes, but that's it. Actually, no, I've heard Place for Insert of the Blade. You're on random... Yo, you're on random spam mix. Dude, this level, dude. I got like 9 on it at one point, and I died to the Acropolis. I was so mad. Oh, I'm in no clip. Okay. Damn, okay. Yeah, I'm just worried like some of the like themes of my levels are getting maybe a bit reiterative. Like I'm just like doing the same thing over and over again. Which is why I kind of want to pivot a bit more, I think, if I make another level. I haven't heard of it. Hi Surveyor, how's random spam mix? I really love random spam mix. Because it gives me Sucoup and Hell, and Sucoup and Hell is really easy. Oh, but then it gives me this one, which I can't do. Never mind, I did it. Oh, but then it gives me Sucoup and Circles. Okay. We can do all the... Okay. No, we can't do that one. Oh, Deadlock. We can do Deadlock, guys. We can do Deadlock. No, okay. Uneven compromise. I don't know what that is. Bye-bye. Yeah. Like, I've considered, like, stuff from Daughter of Darkness, maybe. But I'm not sure. There's a really, really cool natural snow buildings level that's work in progress right now. Using interstate roads. It's so cool looking so far. I really hope it gets finished. I'm just so excited for it. How do you even compromise? I'm not familiar with it. Wait, is that a Cities of Eve song? It kind of sounds familiar. Or no, wait, is that the Earl song? I don't remember the name of the like the Pink Earl song. Like I've seen it talked about so much, but I don't remember the name. Oh, by Little Ugly Man. Yeah, I've heard of him, but I don't know much about him. I haven't heard any of his music. Yeah. Oh my god, I actually did game over. Okay, now I gotta do a Z rebirth. I can do it, guys, right? Okay. Okay. XXXXXL review. Solace. Right, yeah. I that's another one I gotta listen to. It's Nassau. Like the city. I actually don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's Nassau. Or Nassau. Yeah, Minecat, you did Slaughterhouse. You're so cool. Sorry. I should know if that was you. I couldn't tell. I think I said Minecat. So pro? Okay. Acropolis, yeah. Is it random spam mix? I'm just playing it for a bit before I end. No, I've not heard of that. It's overflying. Heliopolis no clip 3. What is this? This is rated? What are you? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. 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 What? Oh wait, no, I go in here. I see. And then down here. No. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. The ring, yeah. Yeah, I know who Ludwig is. Oh, you use the pink orb. I get it. I understand. Wait, no. I think I need the mini before I can get in there. Wait, those are structures. Wait, no, they're... Oh, no, but I can go that way. I get it. I see. I like puzzle platforms. I want to play more of them. Guys, if you know any puzzle platforms, please tell me, because I really enjoy them. I've only played like a couple, and they're really fun. I'm gonna get like a bigger understanding of the puzzle platformer culture, because I've considered making one. I don't know if I will, but if I do, I want to like have more knowledge on where it's at. It's my gold. Hey. Yo. That's not what you do. There's a dash orb there, I see. Okay. Hold on, this one will be the one where I do it. Okay. This one will be the one where I do it. Okay. Hello. Dude. The best level to come out this year? I'm not actually sure. I think. I'm gonna need to pull up GD Radar, aka cool new GD levels, formerly known as cool new GD levels. To refresh my memory. Opium was really good. A lot of these I actually haven't seen, which is unfortunate. Fairheart was great. Oh, did the Monet level come out this year? I don't remember. That one was good. Violent Roses was good. Oh, Lady of Yellowhood is a really good one. Silverstone Hills, yeah. Yeah, I don't know which one will probably be my favorite, but those are good. All those ones. I think Out of Place was last year. Alright, wait. Okay. What do I do? Like... Guys, I don't get it. Okay, wait. Alright. I think I'm gonna end now. Thank you for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. I guess if you have any more questions, say them now, because I'm gonna end in like 1 minute. Bye-bye. No, I'm not familiar with many skips in Redeemer, but I think it's okay. So long as they're not, like, you get to skip the whole level, and it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, good. What's Ben playing? Nightly. What is this? This is like the daily. There's so many people here. Bye-bye. Thank you. Just wait for this one person's question. Okay. I kind of just want to end now. So if you have a comment, like, you can just, like, comment and I'll, like, reply to it.